Hello, human. It is I. Waluigi!
This dude be a one-time wonder.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier.
That's a human, with a D. Zip it, hit zip is here.
Hello there.
Ads suck, I know. Your eyeballs pay for dog's food though.
Hello, motherfucker.
Oh, hello there.
Hello. 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 Say it back, motherfuckers. I'm talking extra loud today. There we go. Dark Dog? Yeah, Emo Dog got redeemed at the start of stream today. I think it was 2812. Ah! You know what, Tardbark? I fixed that.
All right.
Yeah. Nice try, buddy. Good. Jeez, people like Dark Dog too much. Dalton, you should know this too. Oh, what's up? Thanks for the pats. Emo boys, what can I say? Yep.
I heard
do not,
chat was extra good this week and has earned kisses.
Franzi.
Precious chat, don't forget to remind Dog that he owes chat kisses.
I guess it's rock day. I needed to get into a mood for 2.0 lore writing, and I was trying to find songs that fit the theme with a particular scene that I was going with, and I spent most of today looking for songs that fit the lyrical requirements and didn't do a whole lot of writing. You were very good. And a bedtime story. Maybe I could put it on the maybe I can do something with that during my affiliate anniversary. I don't know. It's gonna be like 4 or 5, I think. So I can't be Pokemoning the whole time. Okay. Or I wanted my own model. I got my own model. I am Dog. Oh no, there's a whole thing. Nah, I have like, I think I already have like 3,000 words for the general outline for lore. Overview. 3,592 words and 21,471 characters. Yeah. So. Yup. Dog boy is emo. Yes, I have dark mode. Hi, Sky.
Hello.
And now we're just going back through the other songs again because I added them late and wanted to go from bottom up, and now we're going down, top to bottom. So they're just gonna play again. Ah, I miss playing guitar, dude. That, however, will break it. So good job, Cryptic. You fucked up. Hi. No, you actually owe chat one? How the fuck do I... How do I owe chat? I'm happy to see you too. Welcome back. Yeah. All right. All right. All right. All right. Jesus Christ. That's enough goddamn cheese. Oh my God. Fuck off. Hi, Stiggy. War is the answer. I love having a gun for this. I have started my expensive hobby. Oh no, are you starting 40K? Fine, waste your money. Okay, hi Fluv. I want cheese now. Would you like some of mine? I seem to have plenty. Oh, more cheese. Okay, all right, yeah. Okay, holy crap. You asked? What do you mean I asked? I did not ask for cheese. It's just happened to me. The carrots, sir. Motherfucker, war is the answer. The constant stream of cheese. Well, it's not my points. You guys are, yep. I can feel, instead of honking, you get cheese. No, you still get honking. Jesus Christ. Sorry, Jesus Christ. Goodbye, channel points. I want to admire a cute dog. You guys are covering him in cheese. Don't worry, they can't cheese forever. I'm pretty sure. Oh, did I put on deodorant? I did. All of the biscuits. Goodbye, biscuits. Are you challenging us? I don't know. I only had 63K. That's pretty good, though. I'm all out of points, chat. Yeah, see? Goodbye. Goodbye, points. Did I put on deodorant? That is so real. It's because I need to put on deodorant after I shower because I get stinky quick. So I gotta make sure I put on deodorant. Wow, you guys are just getting far. You're getting farther and farther away from Perma VIP, which will be leaving when my 2.0 debuts. So you guys might want to double. You might want to rethink blowing all of your points. I keep forgetting to do that. I need to do that. I wasn't gonna be able to get it anyways. You might. I can't get Perma VIP. I don't get enough points. Well, it's because you're not here enough. No one's gonna be able to afford it before 2.0 anyway. It depends if you have a tier 3 sub or not. You could beg Tardbark or Tardbark. Jesus Christ, I thought he'd give you a tier 3. You could pay Moist or Banana for a tier 3 to try to help you get there quicker, but oh, I got 2K. Yeah, okay, that's fair. I could beg Dog to point refund me. 60 to 200 seems so far. Yeah. No reasonable way. I guess that's true. VIP is kind of useless if you can buy it anyways. It's more of a indication of determination to support stream. If I could figure out a third word, I could have used it to like indication of determination. Or I don't know, more things that end in nation. Now I just say for Dark Dog. That's fair. I'm gonna get perma anyway. I'm beating Pokemon almost solo before 2.0. I mean, yeah, that's fair. I wonder how many points I could give back to the community right now. Should I do that? Wait. Should I do that for a subathon goal or like a debut-a-thon goal where all of the channel points get returned? Because like, hang on, I don't often clean out channel points. So I think we probably still have from everything that has been spent since like January. My problem is that I used to just leave the stream open, but now when I do, it doesn't refresh the stream when you go live. It just stays offline. You could set up an F5 key around like 4:30 or something Eastern to refresh the page automatically. I have to lurk. My burger grill needs cleaning. Okay. Thank you for the lurk, though. I appreciate it. From a stats perspective, point spending over time is more beneficial than points all at once. Sure. Oh, hi, Hera. I am close, though. I am very close. To one. Also, I realized my head is clipping off a screen. I just didn't want to fix it. Let me check the channel point. Review requests. So here's what I have. I could refund every... Oh my god. I have 2,261 or more active requests. I have hundreds and hundreds of pokes, pets, handholds, and face rubs. TTS redeems, cheese redeems, love balls, bald, spray bottles, big doggo. I have 29 dark mode doggos I could refund, which is 290,000 points. Which would go to 6 months ago. Was the last time I cleaned this out. Derpy doggo boy. Yeah, that's me. I can't. I can't. But it would be fun to reject everything and just return all of the points back to people. Which would technically also... dude, I can refund all of 8 requests for the perma VIP. I have Mobius, Meow, somebody who's banned now. Well, not banned, but they don't show up. Oculus,
Chips,
Bunny,
please not the
Galathor,
spray
Raccoon,
bottle
and
again.
Christy. Who I could give back, I think, like... God, what would... Almost 3... No, probably like 2 million points. Refund! I'm talking about the hands are doing baby blue, kind of putting on a blue to pink shimmer on top of it. Mermaid. Very cute. Thank you, Allie. I honestly don't think I'd get that many points back. I've been trying to save for a while. You never know. I could get perma if I got refunded. Yeah, but it would be on 2.0 debut-a-thon, right? So you wouldn't get perma VIP if I got it refunded. And I don't know if I would refund perma VIP. I might, as a sort of like reward for still being here. I would probably only refund it if they were actively talked in chat. Like if I did the refund all of my points ever, or all of my points that I still have, which apparently goes back to like 9 months, then what I would do is I would only return the perma VIP points if the person was in chat during the period of time where I was returning them. Dog boy makes me happy. Oh, I'm glad. Well, considering a refund, it's likely that only 1 or 2 people could get it due to price increase anyways. I mean, yeah. Yeah. But it would be removed because it would be post 2.0. I think I would be rich if I got everything refunded, not gonna lie. Because my intent is I don't know if I'm going to have anything for extremely high cost points. So like I would probably set it up where I'd have to keep in mind that people could get a shit ton of points, and then like what I would do with it. You know what I mean? It would be interesting. We will be changing requests, or we will be changing channel redeems. Hey, oh hey, it is okay. All right, we will be changing channel redeems on 2.0's like debut. I don't know what we're gonna do with it. I don't know what we're gonna change to it, but we are gonna change some things so it's a little less invasive. But we'll have to see. So cute. Hello, I am a dog.
Hello.
Oh, hey, Spicy. Welcome back. Oh, also, I will for Sky and Spicy because I knew Sky, Spicy, Neva, Hera, and I think those are my artists who are currently in chat right now who have contributed art to the stream. I will likely be doing maybe some sort of artist showcase for debut. So if any of you want to do art for the debut-a-thon, like if you want to submit art for the debut-a-thon of the general premise of 2.0, whether it's the story or whatever, then you guys can feel free. And I want to have a section of the debut-a-thon where I get to show off community artists essentially on stream. So if you guys are interested in doing that, let me know. I will add you guys to a note on my computer, and then I will reach out around the time when I get my ref sheet finished and a couple of other things. So you guys will probably have access to the 2.0 design before debut, so you can create artwork for the debut. I have contributed art to the stream. Well, you've contributed art to me. It just, you specifically were something that other people didn't get to see the last time I streamed. So, oh, I'm totally down. Okay. Because I want to showcase artists from my community, because I've gotten a lot of fan art from the community. Banana, if you, I don't, is Banana here? Banana too. So I want to highlight the artists in my community, and I also want to highlight the artists who've done work for the 2.0 stuff, because I want to have a section for art. I need to have quite a large in advance heads up on deadlines for anything, please. Otherwise, I'd love to. Are we talking months? How large would you need? And it doesn't need to be complicated. It can just be whatever you're comfortable creating. I can set decades. Okay. Okay. Ah, yes, my third re-debut. Dog boy emo, just like me. We love dog boy. I used to have an emo phase back when I was younger. I had the whole like hair covering my eyes thing and all of that. And then long hair started annoying me, so I cut it all off and went to standard dog mode. Oh god, same. I just wear black clothes. I'm literally wearing dark clothes right now. Everything on me is a shade of light black. Oh, fuck off, Chips. You were the dog that was approaching. I am the dog that encourages. Okay, Spicy's down. Let me make a list real quick. Okay. From Hera. This time. Sky. Nope. What's we got? Not the spray bottle. Yeah. Neva, did you want to do art for 2.0 debut? Oh, is this on my... Yeah, oh yeah, I have this on my life playlist. Yeah? Okay. Okay. And then I should poke Sky. If anyone sees Sky in chat later, I actually think I'm going to be commissioning them or working with them because I think he did nothing. I don't know. I actually think Sky and I are going to be working together on some pieces as well for 2.0. So I could probably ask them during that process. I guess it's kind of their own contribution, but okay. I fucked up. Well, me being me, I cannot physically just do something simple. Okay, fair. Full commit or like with the nodes between to both my blessing and detriment, but as advanced as possible be optimal. At least a month in advance would be great. Technically, how close would that be overall? Since I have coursework and things like. Thanks, me. So if point refund is possible, we could all blow our points, but if not possible, we can all blow our points. I mean, I guess. Hi, Kitsune. Kitsune. Jesus Christ, I put things together. Hi, Arctic. More than I'm thinking like 4 months away. Because I still need work to be done on a bunch of different things. So if you wanted to get started in July, I think that would be good. Which would give you all of June. But I'm guessing I'm 4 months out. But I'm not entirely sure. Anyway,
Banana time.
Dog smell. Hi, Banana. Banana too, if you wanted to do artwork for the showcase, community artist showcase on the Debutanthon. And soda. Well, if like so it's depends on how long you need to do the art though. My eyes, yeah, I know. I haven't even spicy. Sky, I suppose. Okay. The thing is like, if you want to, like, I should be getting the ref sheet in a month or less. So like, I can just, like, you can just start it whenever when I get the ref sheet. You know what I mean? I can knock it out in like 2 hours. Yeah, you could do that. Solid month for sure. Yeah. I can just give you the ref sheet like super early and you can just take the time that you want. Like, cause I should get the ref sheet next month and then you just take however long. This does not fit the vibe, although it is a good song. I could probably do that for everyone, actually. I could reach out to everyone once I get the ref sheet finished. And then that should give everyone an ample amount of time to get things together. Take however long. Do not enable my procrastination like this. Because I don't want to, like, pressure you, though. That's the thing. Jaw, heavy hand. Oh, no, the scuff butt. Where's my scuff butt? There it is. I'm almost number one. Banana, you gave Oculus enough to go past you. I got Plague Inc. with the Cure DLC. Dude, Plague Inc. is old school. I remember playing Plague Inc. like over 10 years ago. Oh God, over 15 years ago? Thanks for the pet spicy. What I will likely do is I will likely make an artist room in the Discord. So when I reach out to you guys, we can do an artist room in Discord. I will give you guys unique roles, and I will make a channel specifically for handing out things. And that way people can, if people wanted to, like, they can send updates in that room. They can work together, passing ideas back and forth. If you guys want to have like collaborative work for a piece or anything like that, then you guys can communicate in that location on the Discord. And that will also let me have like an area where I can, you know, wrangle you guys and keep you in one spot and just send images into one location, and I know all the artists will have it. Oh yeah, no, Plague Inc. was on Plague Inc. was mobile long before then though. I'm looking up ways how to make money by surveys so I can get a tier 3 sub. Oh buddy. If you ask very nicely, you might get a tier 3 from one of our big gifters. Maybe, but you'll need to get to them when your sub runs out before they snipe you, essentially. Be a test rat and get tons of money. You could do that. We're all grown up. Okay. Android in 2012. Yeah. Like 13 years. Yeah. No, I feel like it was earlier than that, though. What was it on iPhone? Because I had it on like an old iPod. Like, I think I had an iPod 2nd gen, which was 2008? It was the same on iPhone. Really? Oh, okay. Not doing fatal error. Haha. Fail. Oh no, I understand, and I would honestly love that, since I do have, I think it was about 26 lectures to record, and after I'm done with that, I need to actually go through both courses, a total of 54 lectures, some of them 2 hours. It's gonna take a while. Gotcha. I see. Also, a channel would be lovely. We could maybe get feedback from each other as well and be during progress or overall ideas. Yeah, exactly. I think it would be really cool to have an artist room for guys and gals and non-binary pals who are going to be working on stuff for me. Just so you guys can work together. And it will be a little more like, so it will be a community within the community. You know what I mean? I want to foster creativity in a way where it's only around other artists, because as somebody who does artwork, I can understand the whole thing of being like critiqued or poked at by people who don't do art, who don't understand what it's like. So I feel it'll be more of a safe space for the community artists to exist in a location where they are around other people who do art and other people who can help promote inspiration and stuff like that. Ah, okay, Franzi. Let me add that to my to-do list. Art channel in Discord for artists. Okay. I have checked the file validity 3 times. I can't wait to see everyone's pretty art. I think it'll be really cool. I think it'll be really cool. It also means, you know, I might. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. It could be driver stuff, Arctic. I'm sorry for trying to actually play. Okay. So yeah. Okay, that was one idea I had. And then the other one was potential point refunds. No, but that'd be the debut. That wouldn't be for my anniversary. Oh. So, there is some workings with what I'm going to do for my affiliate anniversary, which by the way is the 1st of next month.
Hello,
I want her.
imbecile.
Oh, winter, wow, saying winter is weird now. Wanter, do you want to be a part of the community artist showcase in the 2.0 debut? Because I'm collecting people who want to do artwork for my debut so I can showcase the community artists. Yes? Okay. Okay, I'll add you to the list. Because we have some people who want to do art stuff. And because I wanna showcase artists from my community on my debut. And I want to give people the opportunity to kind of be a part of the debut in a way that they'll kind of have like a bit of a head start. You guys should be seeing like the design and everything ahead of time so you can do art. And then when we do the debut, I'll have a section during the debut where I will be showcasing all of the art that I've gotten. Depending on how many pieces I get, I might trickle them out, where I might have a showcase over the course of 3 days. I'll showcase like 2 people per day to kind of give people their room to breathe and not be like one after the other, so to speak, so people can have like their unique moment. Question, and perhaps a silly one. Will this art channel be exclusive for 2.0 artwork overall, like a fan art channel, so to say, or will it be an all-inclusive channel that people can showcase artwork projects that they're working on? Okay, so the artist room is specifically going to be designed for working on fan art for 2.0 together. The fan art channel that we already have is for posting general fan art. The artist room will only be accessible by artists. It technically could be used for anything, but its primary purpose on initial creation is going to be doing 2.0 stuff. And then once that is finished, then I don't mind what it's used for. You guys can use it for pretty much anything. Oh, after the debut. I probably should have read that first, but, you know, would you stop poking my mouth? This art group is going to be so chaotic with all of us in yeah. Yeah, it'll be for, it'll be kind of an exclusive little club for the people who have, sort of contributed art to the channel and who want to work with other artists and kind of their own little area, so to speak. I think it would be nice to have it stick around for sketch progress, so the actual fan art channel can be for finished pieces. Yeah, that could work as well. I could make a second channel as well for a location where I'm not allowed to look in. So right now we have essentially the fan art channel. My thoughts are what I could do was I could make the artist room, which is very obvious in public, open for, well, not in public, but it's open for the people who have the artist roles, right? So it'll only be like 5 or 6 people who have access to that channel. Well, the point of the other one would be that you guys could talk in there, and then like I just wouldn't open it, so it can be an area where there can be discussion amongst the community artists for surprise projects or for things that like people want to work together and present to me as a surprise, and me just knowing like I shouldn't go in there and I can't access it, and I can like mute it and try to hide it and all that sort of stuff. Leave us in our own corner. The corner. Secretly plot silly little schemes and crimes. Well, yeah, that's kind of the point. Is that it gives you guys an area to be able to plan stuff as surprises without me seeing. And then I can like ask people like what's going on in the channel, is everything good, I don't need to moderate it, stuff like that. Like I can have people report back to me if something's going on, and I do need to look at it for like, hey, we have the person who just joined is being a little shit, and I can go in there and like make sure that things are okay, basically. Ooh, nice, Fonzie. No, Wanter. Oh, the purple and blue. Yeah, code red. Yeah, exactly. It will be if something happens in that chat, then you guys can just ping me, and then I can go in and I can take a look. No doggo rules. Oh, shut up, Mobius. I see. Wanter, you didn't really fall for it. You caught yourself. Ping yours and DMs are literally in the channel. Literally in the channel. Literally in the channel. Because then it will allow me to be like, oh god, I have a ping from this channel. I need to go in and like I need to see it immediately. If you give us a VC, True Chaos will ensue. I could probably do that. Yeah, I could probably give you guys a VC. It would make sense if people are working on projects together. And I've had Winter, I've had Hera both on stream before. So, and Neva has been in VC before in the Discord. So like I know you guys are all good. Our own kingdom. Dog with sexy wolf. Yeah. Yeah, you're good, Winter. I've had you on stream before. I wouldn't have you on stream if you weren't. Okay, well, being good and being behaved, I feel like is two different things. Oh my lord, RPCs are so chill, like working on art with other people. I mean, yeah. I wouldn't mind doing that. I love, like, my whole thing. I feel like artists are more a part of my personality than they probably should be, and I don't do that much art. I just like supporting artists. So having an artist channel would probably, like an artist area, would probably be beneficial for the artist part of my community. It's gonna be 40 minutes of silence, and then, oh my god, guys, look at this. You guys can also stream as well, like screen share. So you wouldn't even need to say that. Well, I mean, you could say that, but you could just watch each other like create shit. You can be good, but not behave, and but not be good. Yeah, it's like lawful, but hang on. You could be good, but not behave, which is chaotic good. And then you could be behave, but not be good, which is lawful evil. Why did it call me out like this? Uki is kidnapping me. Okay, bye, Winter. Sorry, Wanter. I just found an amazing reference image for this outfit. Oh my god, finding good reference images are, yeah. You guys could share references too. You could also give each other, like, if it's specifically 2.0 stuff. Oh my god, dude, the fucking Ori and the Blind Forest music was so hard. If it's 2.0 stuff as well, you guys can work together on creating specific niche references to use for each other when making art. Like you could create a dog 2.0 reference library, which would be the funniest thing. I'm so excited for this. Yeah, I kind of just came up with it on the spot, but I really wanted to showcase artists in 2.0. I've had a lot of work done for me for free out of the kindness of people's hearts, and I'm like, I really should give back and make space for stuff like that to be made. And I need to work on having a showcase of art that does artist contributions as well, because the current slideshow doesn't have the contributions on screen. I've never been in an art quote unquote club, so this sounds so cool. Yeah, I think it'll be fun. It also gives a way for the community to have its own little thing too, because we kind of haven't had anything. Like, we don't have specific people gaming and specific channels, or like we don't really have a thing yet. You know what I mean? My biggest struggle for 2.0 is going to be the outfit, since my fashion sense is vastly different than the one you use for your model. You know my style. Yeah, but you can put me in anything. That's the thing, is like that, like, my model will have his default outfit, but like it's fan art. You know what I mean? Like, anything you say, as long as I can put it on stream, yeah. But it's fan art. That's the whole point of fan art. He said anything. Oh, shush. Let's go. I made 4 cents. You're getting there, buddy. You're getting there. I'll censor it. Don't worry. Jesus Christ. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Like, I'm just like it doesn't matter. Like, it can be whatever. It's supposed to be, it's a showcase, but it's not my job to police what you make. It's just, what do you want to contribute? And then if there is a back and forth about, like, well, can you give some details on the lore? Can you give some details of situations? Can I give you specific outfits and then you pick the ones that he might wear? Like, there can be a back and forth, and then you guys just go wild. Or you can put him in a maid outfit, I guess. I feel like I might have. No, it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, Harry, you don't have to worry about drawing the drawing that clothing specifically, because my model is supposed to be self-inserty, so I do wear or do like a variety of clothing. They're also, I can't go into too much detail. There is canon-based lore for my model being able to go different locations. So if there are pieces that people want to do of, like, OCs and my model or anything like that, it's technically valid. Like, part of the lore that I'm building around my character is he has a form of accessibility to be able to go to pretty much anywhere. I don't want to get into the details of how or why, but my character is not restrained by the dimensions in which he lives in, so he can go places. And the reason for that was specifically to give sense to collabs, so that if I collab, not saying this is going to happen, if I was somehow going to collab with, yes, go places, do things. Actually, Mobius, if you know where that's from, and you know the name of the creature that is referencing from, that is kind of closely related to how it works, but I'm not going to say any more than that. The 80s disco pants, we got a groove. But that's the reason why I'm saying that is because it makes, like, in lore, it will make sense for my character to go out and see people in areas that wouldn't make sense for the world he lives in. You were a therapist dog who got ran over, and now you're a ghost dog who comforts everyone. You know, that's not a bad basis. Not what it is, but it's not a bad one. And no, I can't teleport like Nightcrawler. Go places, do things. Also not a magical girl. Yeah, technically no. Was I close at least? No. No. I can't really say much because I'll, you know, not a magical girl for now until fan. I'll need like a canon stamp. Insert needlessly long anime title from the new ones. Like, that time I got reincarnated as an ex and then did a thing and then did a thing and then my girlfriend hit me. I mean, what? Oh my god, the titles of animes that are literally just entire sentences. Yeah. I found a video for go places and do things. What Mobius said was correct. I want to draw a magical girl doggo. Does anyone have any experience with graphic design? Because I'm thinking I want like a seal. Not like an or, but like a, like basically something that I can put over an image. Me? Okay. Because I want I want a canon seal where anything that is fan art that has been passed to me first before being posted as like, can this be canonized? I can put a seal on the image in some way and basically say that this image has been, you know, canonized by me. Like, I have seen it and I have approved it. Obviously people can just replicate the seal or whatever. But it's meant to be something that I can take the image and then do it and then like give the image back. And that way, an actual seal of approval. Yeah. Well, yeah. Because that way when art gets shown either through me, right? If I display it on stream or I display it on any of my stuff, like if I post the artwork on my Twitter and then I tag the artist or I give credit to the artist and the post goes up on Twitter with a seal, it means that whatever that art piece was done is an in-canon event that is affected either by the story or something within the story. I'll have to write all of them down, but I can make it so that canon events can happen through fan art because lore-wise, there's no real restraint for him to, you know, see people. So the reason why I'm saying this is because if anyone wants to, any of the community artists who are going to be in this program club thing, if you wanted to create something where it's a crossover for your OCs or your designs or your locations or your stories, and you want to include him in some sort of like facet in some way, then you can, and it can still technically become a canonized event. Oh, I'm sorry, Cryptic. Yes, we will get Pokemon going. I got kind of lost in the thing. The time I got reincarnated into a doggo maid who is from the weakest class, but in reality has become the god of the new world to bring happiness and defeat the demon king of the high school magical girl power from zero. I'm glad you put 0 in there, because yes, everything seems to have 0 in it. Yeah. We'll get it going. Yeah, I think it'll be super cool. I'm getting a bit confused with the explanations, but we'll wing it when we get there. Yeah. It basically, you have almost free liberty to draw 2.0 dog in pretty much anything. Because that's how fan art works. I don't get to control fan art. Have you seen fan art of some of the other VTubers? Oh boy. So like, it's whatever. Just obviously it needs to be approved by me so I can put it on stream. And then we're good. Does someone say liberty? Yes. But sound settings. We will go to... Oh, no, not that one. Control panel. There we go. You know, I was also debating... maybe not today. But I was debating doing a preview of the microphone setup that I have for my walking around to see what you guys think. Because I think it sounds pretty good, but I don't know if I want to do that today. Oh, actually, I guess I could just do it today when I get Pokemon going.
Fuck!
Software. Okay. Oops. Doggo boy is very close to screen. Yeah, I forgot to do the hotkey thing, so I'm just stuck here for a bit. I think it's been bugged, so someone redeem it, but I didn't say anything, so we wouldn't fix it. Oh, I know. I've chose not to. It's fine. Alright, thanks for the pets. We got spoiled? Yeah. Let's see. Oh, goodbye, Scuffbutt. By the way, that's the wrong one. Alright. Kill me with cuteness. Heck yeah! Get heckin' killed, nerd. Probably should not say that on Twitch. Yeah, see, now Pokemon Emerald is down to 400 viewers. It was at like 2,500 last week. That's crazy. Also, by the way, we did complete our goal for Warudo, so we can't afford that now. Thank you, Boys to Banana, for all the support, and thank you everyone else as well for all of the dollary dues. I do appreciate it. So Warudo Pro got funded, so we're good there. And then I finally finished my microphone setup for the wireless walking around do stuff, which I'm very happy about. Turned out it was more expensive than I thought it was going to be, but it sounds good and everything works and I'm happy. And I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fucking fine. Yeah, Mimi. You managed to catch three different banned words in that one.
Hourly payment using your eyeballs.
Allow me, it's skadoosh nerd. Thank you, Hera. Thank you. Alright. So, should hopefully work now. Nice. No, not you, Market. Oh, well, I guess that works too. There we go. I love Dog Boy. I love you too, random citizen. Oh, you sit down and the market went down. Yeah, I saw that. That was very funny. I'm good at catching them. What, catching bands? Or banned words? A little smaller. Also, by the way, my white shirt is black on this mode. I figured I'd share that fun fact. And you guys like rarely see my arms because I keep myself like so much shorter. Like I keep myself like way down here. You guys never see my like my undershirt. I've never seen below your shirt at all. Hey, yo, crop top? Yeah. 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 That's about the reaction that I thought. Three fingers can't type. That's fair. I know, right? I've never really pulled my model up this high. Maybe arms are false like your legs. Is it this one? No, they're real. See, I can wave. Calm mind, this isn't me anymore. Well, no, it doesn't say you have one. It's you trying to do it. Ah, right. That's why I don't do it. See, I knew there was a reason. Yep. Does he not have legs? No, this model does not have legs. Have you done? Okay. Oh, I need to do ducking for this one though. Hang on. No leg. Yeah, no leg. And we're gonna do. There we go. Because of their because of the size of the anime hair, the arms look so much thinner. Very true. Man, volumized hair on characters in the future is gonna be a challenge for me. Yeah, I feel like you're very deep into rules of stuff, and you use them to control your flow. I think the more you get used to breaking them, it might help. At least that's what I've heard. Or that's my opinion on what I've seen. Oh god, I may need to do fan art of this Ralts Krillia since it's me. I tend to go more towards floofy hair. Teach me your ways. No! Floofy hair is best! Nibby does art? Yeah, Nibby has art on the starting soon screen. You've literally seen it. It's the one where my character's holding a shovel and the one that's not my Discord profile pic, which was just a bust shot of my character. I have screenshotted the best thing ever. Oh, is it the floating hands? Oh, also, you guys want to hear what the wireless mic sounds like? Holy shit, the lag. Because now I'm not doing anything. I can actually, I can share. Oh no, it's mainly because I'm aiming for semi-realism, which naturally has a style and format counteracts. Yes, you are correct, 100%. How are you with the Q versus hot vibes in art? Want to see if Oculus messed with anything? I don't think he did. No, I don't think Oculus taught anyone anything. Actually, no. Oculus just got us to the gym and then was like, can we please save so Cryptic doesn't run headfirst into the gym leader with half-dead Pokemon. I feel like I make everyone look cute. I draw mostly girls. When I draw guys, I try to make them look. Yeah, and that's the reason why it's hard to get anyone to do males in the VTuber space. Is actually specifically because of that reason. Female-dominated artistic spaces are extremely hard to break anything out of. I would say so, yeah.
ads suck, I know. Your eyeballs pay for dog's food though.
Oh, I love this. Oh, look, it's Brooke. Aw, Brooke isn't here. That would have been so good. Rip. Is it because your model looks... Aha. Do you check who's in front, though? I feel like I normally draw a doggo more chibi-ish. Yeah, you do a lot of chibis. Man, I'm sad Brooke isn't here for that. That would have been great. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna do it anyway. I wish I could draw. Well, the best time to have started was years ago. The second best time is right now. I can't draw shit anyway. Alright. What does Hera art look like? I could probably put something on screen. I'm pretty sure Hera sent me art. Oh yeah. Best sketch. Yeah, I can show this one on screen. Hang on, let me see. This work? Yeah, it did work. Because this is what Harry used last time as the icon for Fuji React. Yeah. Glad I can be useful in the game. Yeah, well, somebody was ignoring you for like most of the game. Okay, so put this on the, hang on, let me put this on the desk. There we go. Okay. You had other people close to Evo. Uh-huh. Sure, that's what they all say. Oh, did it come off? Oh, it came off. Oh, that's off. Oh, no, it did come off. The mount is off. Oh. Oh, that's really awkward. I glued it to a thing that was glued in, and the glued in thing fell off. But not the glued in thing I put on it. The other glued in thing. That was really unfortunate. Blue, fascinating. Yeah, so I mounted the ear part to something, but apparently the thing I mounted to was also glued. So we're gonna try to see if we can get this off now, which is probably not gonna happen because this is HPV tape, which is like pressure based and it's extremely sticky. Oh, it's kind of working. Okay, perfect. The artist. Very true. Okay. Personification. That's me. Oh, we stuck it onto another thing, so hopefully that doesn't fall off. Also, hopefully it doesn't fuck up with the magnet. That's... I don't know, but it smells like the meme of Doggo made a microphone with a rock, a squirrel, a microphone, and glue. Entirely wrong? I did post what it looks like on Twitter. Hang on. I can show you guys in a second. Let me turn this on though, so you guys can... Okay. All right. Hey, can you hear me? I'm on the wireless mic. I mean, obviously you should be able to tell the difference. No, I don't know. The mic sounds so good. Yes. This is technically this microphone is technically a lav mic that I zip tied to the arm of a boom mic, or zip tied to the arm of a mod mic. So it just sounds, well, it's different. It's more open. The other microphone is not as open. It's more closed off. It's warmer. This is just a different version of it. A laugh mic. No, a lav. Not a laugh, but a lav. Nah, I'm a kid. Almost. 18th September. Yeah, so you got a couple months. I'm not barking into this microphone, no. I can actually... And I can't run it back through, so I can't hear it because there's some delay. Well, I'd have to plug it in, but I don't want to at the moment. So yes. So if you're wondering why I spent hundreds of dollars and a lot of stress, is because Mr. Dog, you want to explain that clip? I was baited. No, I didn't think it was gonna get clipped, and I was proven wrong. But yeah, so I spent a shit ton of money trying to get this wireless setup going, and because I didn't want my microphone when I'm walking around to not sound good and sound really shitty. Actually, sorry, I'm peeking a bit. I'm still trying to dial in everything. Aren't you American, Hera? No, she is not. She is not American. She's not even remotely close to the same time zone. I can't. My bank account is locked. I'm in Mexico right now. Wait, why is your bank locked? Also, are you on your summer vacation? No. Harry's got the noise accent. The fucking noise. That's nice. That reminds me of the 12 graders in my country are currently having the problems. So the streets are noisy as hell. She tried. No. No, Hera is... Nope, I lost it. I used to know. We talked about it. And then I didn't. But, yeah. So, I hope you guys like the microphone. It is a little pick-uppy. Like, it'll... Oh, well, it's supposed to pick up things. But I got this one specifically... Wow, you forgot? It's specifically... The ball... What am I, Delta? Friendship test? Not the Baltic. Bulgaria. No, that's not right. Is it? Well, at least I beat Cryptic, so... I know I said it before Cryptic's message came through. You're correct, Bulgarian. Okay, the reason why I thought that and didn't think it was true is because I'm not joking. I thought I was confusing you with Boger, the dude who plays Overwatch, because Boger is Bulgarian, or Boger, yeah, B-O-U-G-E-R or whatever. Boger is Bulgarian, and I was like, Bulgarian. Oh no, wait, I think that's somebody else. But yeah. So, what do you guys think? You think this is going to be good enough quality for walking around on? Because I could legitimately go to the kitchen right now with this. I'm not going to, because you might. That's a great mic. Awesome. I want this mic forever. Well, too bad. Okay, to be fair, it depends on how much I'm moving around when I switch to 2.0 stuff. Because if I'm walking away from the computer and I'm like doing other things, then there's a higher probability that this will be a more permanent mic. Let's make a test. Doggo on walkies. I can't go that far. Yeah, if I'm moving around and I'm doing stuff, like there's a higher likelihood that this will end up being the more common mic. Wait, do you know who also Bulgarian? Yeah, Boger. B-O-U-G-E-R. He's an Overwatch guy. Just remember to mute. Okay, so here's the funny thing. You ready? So I can be like, oh yeah, I can mute, and then I just pull this out. Here's the downside. This transmitter has a microphone on the transmitter. So what you're hearing right now is the microphone on the transmitter. These are the Rode mics. These are the very common TikTok microphones you see people wearing all the time, right? So, in order to, oh, damn it, Mimi. In order to actually mute, I have to turn off the transmitter entirely. So I'm just gonna turn this off. Now, obviously you can't hear me anymore because the transmitter has been turned off. But now if I turn it back on, it should reconnect. Okay, now you should be hearing two of dog. And now you should only be hearing one of dog. So, yep. I literally have to turn off the transmitter when I need to mute. Which I'm just kind of glad I have one. I don't have anything that can like... probably having an inline volume control would be good. So I don't have to turn off the transmitter, but I mean, at this point, it's fucking whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. Two dog. You scare me. Mimi is a unique child. Mimi is a unique child. Also, is it weird to hear two of dog? Do I just do this forever? Okay. Let me turn this off. Okay. Oh my god, this. Oh, that's right. You guys can't hear this. Oh, I don't have to worry about it. But yeah, that's the new microphone. What do you guys think? Good? I'm excited. I think I did good work. I think I can't have shit quality, right? My parents go to Serbia on vacation a lot. That told me Serbia's so good. Also, wait, is Banana watching my stream while on vacation in Mexico? Ooh, I can listen to my hard rock now. Hang on. Oh, I can work on lore too. I listen to lectures from... Yeah, Nevo, from what I can tell, Nevo likes listening to things. There's a very long conversation about listening to me read off wiki articles in Discord one time. Wait, Banana is around my land? Yeah, Banana's in Mexico. Mexico. They have Dracula. Easily don't need anything more in my book. Jokes aside, their old castle architecture is super cool. I do indeed love voices. Yeah, exactly. Harry, I can drag you back on stream if you want. There we go. Oh, what was the thing that... Was it the kids thing? Oh no, it was the procreating thing. Okay, now a VC in the art group is necessary. Yeah, I'll give you guys a VC, yeah. Wow, there's a lot of delay right now. I wonder why. Huh. Oh no, it's always been like that. I just haven't seen it. Procreating. Oh yeah. One of the best ways. So one of the best ways to get hair riled up that I've learned is to just talk about the fact that the whole purpose of life is fundamentally just procreating. Because I said that once on stream and Hera lost her absolute shit. Not like really, but. Hi, Alice. Procreate? What? Yeah, here, Mimi. Although, that is technically an art application. I will burst from your wall. I told you. I would too. That's too depressing. Procreate. Oh yeah, one way to get higher riled up. Excuse me? It's very simple. Hey, Hera, do you have time to VC tonight? Out of context, it's just funny. Oh yeah, I mean, literally just do exclamation point quote. I have like 200 of them that are completely out of context. I need to consult real quick. Fair, Hera, fair. Did you hear Ash had a kid and no one knows who's the mom? Ash had a kid? Is this like in a movie thing? Yep. I remember Ash from the original Pokemon. Half the stuff Dog says is bad in context. Yeah. So the reason why that came out of retro was because we were talking about how there was a quote from the old quote system, which is still around somewhere. And that was the very first quote was "fuck the femboy." And chat wanted to know if I said it again, since it's not in the new quote system, because we re-quote it, which ended up in that. The stuff Delta says in context still concerning. I don't know what you're talking about. Hey lady, want my crabs? Yeah, that was a good one. Oh my lord, I'm going to cry. That's so sweet of you. Glad my microphone wasn't disruptive last time. I listened to it back and it tends to peak a lot. Needlessly. Hera, it's because we fixed it for you. That's why, right? We fixed the too quiet thing because it was Windows reducing your overall mic. Which I need to double check and make sure I didn't do to mine again. Ah, there it is. No, it's still 100. Compressor. Hera, that's probably what you mean. Can't wait to get a better mic and then maybe start streaming again without worries. Maybe. Bubbles. Oh my god. That's what I was playing, Jeff. Yeah, that was very early. That was 12:11. That was very early in when Rivals came out, and I was playing Jeff, and I was just running around shooting bubbles everywhere. Oh, I know, dude. The Jeff rework makes me so sad. It makes me so sad. I'm glad I didn't fucking get Lord on him. His name is Go. When did this happen, Alice? Yeah, Jeff is getting a rework. But Sharknado? I mean, yeah. No more backline evisceration. Yeah, they limited how long you could stay off underwater. They limited his right click. They limited a lot about him. I don't know how to feel about it. What are they doing to my baby? A lot of things. His right click, you can only fire his right click 3 times and it's on a charge. So like when you shoot his right click, it takes time to recharge to get more right clicks to shoot. His swim is now on a resource, so it can run out. Oh, he already did all of the gym to get to the gym leader cryptic. What do you mean lame? You weren't here, so somebody took over and did the game. This is exactly what Twitch Plays is. I hate being itchy and I can't scratch because my nails. You gotta get a back scratcher. Twitch Plays is my save file. I let other people have turns. Yeah, that's fair. You are part of the hive mind. God, my dream to have a hive mind. Maybe I could work that into the lore somehow. Me and my weird ass, like, yes, I wish to have some symbiotic relationship with some higher lord power creature that just literally intertwines its nervous system with mine so I can feel the, yep. I still have to pick it up. I mean, yeah, but it's way easier. I will check and see what this is about, because now I'm curious. I don't understand how Ash would even have a child. Dude's like 12. Unless they're talking about like future shit, but. The doggo saying Venom rivals. Ash got it. All right, I should be good for VC. Okay. Move hope for Hera. Hera, you should have open VC. You just jump in that. Oh, I'm currently muted. It is Sakura. Ow. Ow. Hi, Hera.
Hello.
Hello. Oh god. Down.
What's poppin', chicken nugget?
Nothing. Oh my goodness, now you are super loud.
What? I promise I haven't touched anything since last time. I did not mess with.
It's not. Oh, hang on. I think it's just my output that's loud. Because you're not peaking on my end, I don't think.
Oh, just wait until I actually laugh, then it's going to get peak. That's usually when that happens.
That's fair. Okay.
I'm rolling up Nivi's appetite.
First you bring up grilled meat and then chicken nugget. It's Hera scatter. See, this is how I get big, right? I just bring you onto stream and then I just sit here and pretend I'm you, and then all of the people show up and I take all of the money, right? Easy. Easy money.
It's simple. You're just going to make look. I got a plan. Okay, business idea. Promise.
Okay.
Promise. All you have to do is make a gender bent version of your model, and I'll just provide the voice clips.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I can do that.
Oh my god.
It shouldn't be too bad. I could do something along the lines of like, I could pipe Discord audio into like VTube Studio or whatever, and then it can use that audio to do the mouth forms. Okay, I gotta fix some stuff here because holy shit, this is lagging real bad. Let me put. Did it crack? No, it didn't. I think either phone is too warm. It's just a high amount of lag. Okay, there we go.
Oh my god. I apologize in advance for any yawning since it's after midnight, so it's a little bit inevitable.
Yes, so for those who are not aware, Hera's time zone is very far in front of mine. So there is a much higher likelihood that Hera's not going to be here for very long because I might need to yell at her to go to sleep. Because the last time, I don't think it was last week. I think it was 2 weeks ago.
Definitely not last week.
Yeah, you managed to stay on.
2 weeks ago, yeah.
Yeah, you managed to stay on for the entirety of stream, and it was like, isn't it like 2 o'clock your time?
Maybe.
Alright, let's see. Yeah, you're an hour behind me, Neva, which puts Hera, are you 6 hours ahead of me? What time is it for you? 1?
No, it's not 1. It's 34 minutes. Yes, it's 34 minutes past midnight.
7 hours ahead of me then. So 8 hours ahead of Neva.
So I'm ahead of you, like not behind you, but ahead of you. Okay.
Yeah. You should be, your time right now should be 25. Day 25.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're ahead. I'm glad I'm not tired. This would suck. You're gonna make all of my chat tired though.
Because yawning is contagious.
Yeah. Wonder why. Where's the browser first? Oh, there it is.
That's the weird thing. I do remember there was this one of since I absolutely love stand-up comedy, right? I think we've actually spoken about
Hera has made me yawn and my stomach growl. Good job. You're abusing my chat through voice somehow. Hera's a time traveler? Yes, Hera is a time traveler. Pretty lady.
Pretty woman.
Coming down on me, pretty woman.
Yes,
Yep,
exactly that song. Thank you.
Yep, I know that song. Oh God, what's the band that sings that? Not Guns N' Roses. No.
No. Way, but that's an entirely different genre. I just want to make sure I'm not confusing it with "She's a Lady" by Cherry.
Oh yeah. Well, this one says Roy Orbison in 1964, but I don't think that's right. It's a lady by
Well, I'll just look it up just a second. Okay, this sounds old enough.
Is it the original or the one everyone knows?
Uh,
Or both? Because
you realize how vague that is. Like,
well, because there are, like, especially in the 80s, there were a lot of songs that were just 60s rips, but way more popular. Wisconsin.
Let me take a look. It was a male vocal for sure, and it sounded
Yes, it was.
very old. Just a second. Yeah, Roy Orbison,
Yeah, so it was that
1964. Yeah, the oldest one. Oh my fucking god, am I a fossil? No, I'm kidding.
Well, I fucking know that song. What does that say about me?
That we're both old.
No!
1964. 1964, exactly.
So that was 46 years ago. We'll put that in 2010. 56 years ago, we'll put that in 2020. 60 years ago, would put that in 2024. So coming up on 61 years ago. Jesus! They're to be a fossil, but only because they deserve to be in a museum.
Oh my god.
Are you sure it wasn't because you found her in the ground?
Hey yo, that's real strong coming from somebody who smells like dirt. Hey yo.
I don't smell like dirt right now. I smell like oranges.
Like oranges?
Yeah, it was my deodorant because I'm running out of the stuff that I normally use. So my brain is like, no, I must save it now. So I started using with my backup deodorant, and it's citrusy. My primary deodorant makes me smell like Skittles.
What?
Yeah, it smells like Skittles. It's the Wolfthorn. It's the Wolfthorn scent from Old Spice.
Oh my god, you use Old Spice.
No, I use.
I'm not old, guys. I use Old Spice.
Okay, shush. Because my ex, it smelled good. My ex used my deodorant. I don't know how many guys can say that. Okay. I picked mine to be linen scented. I need clean smell only. That makes sense. Mine's very faint. It's not that overpowering, which is really nice. It's just every now and then, if like you lift your shirt up and you put your shirt down, like if you're like reaching for something, and, like, you put your shirt down, you go like a small like puff of air that goes like through the sleeves, and then it's like, ooh, kind of smells like Skittles. That's pretty much it. Would love
I
her as a
somehow
worm.
really like. By the way, Old Spice, like the specifically in my country, Old Spice is pretty much used only by maybe. I couldn't even tell you. Like even old people don't use Old Spice here. Like it's that niche. Like maybe. Like in my entire life of almost like in July going to be 27, but so far 26 in my entire like conscious life from let's say 13 onwards.
Yeah.
I've probably met like only one or two people that use Old Spice, and they just used it because there was nothing else and they had no choice. Otherwise,
That's really
like,
funny.
I don't want to use this. Yeah, and like maybe we just don't have the appropriate like scents over
It
here,
could be.
or maybe it's maybe it's a ripoff or anything like that. But
It could also be that it doesn't
Old
get imported.
Spice just stinks. Like any kind of aroma that I've tested in Old Spice, because I did used to work at some point in a cosmetics shop where you have like they sell shampoos, shower gels, dyes, perfumes, deodorants, all that jazz. And I would just, out of sheer curiosity, because my nose is very sensitive and I love smelling things, so it's like I wanted to see like Old Spice. I remember the old ads with what's it called, Terry Crews.
Yeah, I love those ads.
Yeah, exactly. The only reason I know of Old Spice is because I memorized it because of Terry Crews, because he's just funny, right? Yeah.
He's
And when
hilarious.
I
He's
smelled
great in
all of
everything.
them, he actually studied art. That was my biggest surprise, by the way. He has an art degree.
Really?
Yes,
He's
he
that
does.
jacked with an art degree.
Yes, he has an art degree, and he even shame on me for that I can't remember, but he had a very, very nice quote that he essentially he was actually in an interview that he was talking about his art degree. I think it was brought up because they were talking about Bob Ross. I think I could be misremembering. But it was I really need to find it. It was a very nice quote.
The fuck is this slacking? Wow, with how much you're slacking right now, apparently it's just a better facade. Yeah. Facade does more damage if you have a status effect. Which is part of the whole Halo build of running guts with facade. So yeah, you're gonna get creamed because he's level 31 and it's doing double power because he's paralyzed. Yeah. And a stab. Yeah, you were
going to be able to find it.
Dead. Oh, it lopes every other turn. You should have used confusion. Let's see. Am I gonna push out your ass like that? Everyone has said the same thing. I remember when Terry Crews was supposed to be Doomfist. Everyone wanted them to Doomfist in Overwatch. You're dead.
Oh, yeah, I
Damn.
actually remember that. I mean, he fits so well.
Yeah, he would have
Honestly,
fit
like-
pretty well. Unfortunately, Doomfist was a very serious character, which I think he could have probably done, but everyone just... kind of terrible. Everyone wanted big, funny black dude to play big black dude. I don't really know if there was anything else other than that. Because he was just kind of around at the time. Like, he was in Brooklyn Nine-Nine, he was in the Old Spice commercials. Like, he was just around. He was on everyone's mind. I think he actually came out and said he was glad he didn't get picked for it. He was glad he didn't do it.
Oh, I do not know at all. Like, the only reason I wanted Terry Crews to voice Doomfist is purely because of the, you know, the, like, body-wise, the physical resemblance and the way the face is structured. Like, it has nothing else to do. It's just because of the face plus the body structure because they kind of match. And I could have seen him, like, do that, but at the same time, I do understand it because Terry Crews is overall, like, you know, his almost entire career, be it in acting or anything else, he always focuses on, like, comedy to a large extent.
Yeah,
Like,
he really
not-
does.
He's really not serious. Like, he's more so comedy oriented, and I love that because he's really funny. He's just really, he makes me
He's
laugh a lot.
very
honestly.
expressive.
And that's, I love that.
He reminds me similar of, like, fuck. Oh, hang on. Jim Carrey and
Yes.
Adam Sandler. Like, the way, like, they're both very expressive in their comedy. Adam, not as much Adam Sandler, but
I just want to see who that was. Oh yeah, the dude that always plays in like old comedy movies where
Yeah,
he's
yeah, yeah.
constantly playing either somebody's dad or somebody's kid.
yeah. It's always funny when somebody breaks your vision like that. You're like, oh yeah, he's in all these movies and whatever, and someone comes and like, yeah, you know he's always playing a dad or a kid, right? And you're like, what? No. Oh no. And you just realize and everything. Like, I did that to somebody with I Am Legend Will Smith, where it's like he is most often portrayed as a kicked puppy. Like, he plays his best when his character is like emotionally hurt, because he does a really good job, like, tragedy and sadness in his stuff.
I have such a dark joke. I'm not gonna say it.
He always has the hot wife too. Sandler? Yeah, that's true. What's the dark, what dark joke? For who?
Will Smith.
Being a kicked puppy?
I mean, isn't it ironic that he's the best at acting, you know, at reenacting sadness, abuse, and trauma. Meanwhile, you know, looks at his relationship with his wife.
Yeah. God, who else was? Oh, Johnny
To
Depp.
put it plainly, basically. Oh my God, Johnny Depp is amazing. Oh
Yeah, Johnny Depp's entire Amber Heard trial was unbelievable. That whole thing was just like, I
I remember watching that. Oh my God, like I don't know where you've watched it from, but back in the day when it was still going on live, right? And since, you know, I'm not from America, so I can't like have a direct live stream from it. I would watch Asmongold, like watch it. He blew up in popularity because he streamed the trial so much and because of the commentary doing that.
Oh my God.
I remember I watched the entire fucking thing, and oh my dear Lord, I have never so vehemently both regretted seeing something but enjoyed watching something at the same time, because it's like I regret that this happened to him because he's an amazing person, right? But
Yes.
at the same time I'm enjoying watching this because I'm seeing live retribution at its finest.
Oh God,
unfold.
yes. Dude, she was fucking unhinged. And like, I think the part of that trial that was the most important, and the reason why I was very glad it was publicized, was to basically, and I'm opinionated in this matter, so, but to basically tell women, stop fucking listening to every other woman's accusations, because it doesn't mean she's telling the truth. Because there are a lot of echo chamber women out there who will just be like, oh yeah, my husband hit me, or like, oh my God, take him to court, blah, 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 and just immediately bastardize the guy without taking any consideration into who this person is as a character. And Amber Heard in the trial, on fucking audio, saying, go ahead, Johnny Depp, go ahead and tell them I abuse you, because who's gonna listen? And just being like,
Oh, I remember that. That was such a juicy thing to catch on audio. I was like, oh my
Yeah.
God, you're so fucked. Oh,
Yeah.
I was so happy when they showed the audio of that. You have no idea. And
Because-
yeah, I do agree with you, by the way, on the entire like premise that you're explaining here, especially since I know that there was at that specific time, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, of course, since you know this was happening in America, right? And I'm not American, so correct me where I'm wrong. But I think it was around that time where there was also, you know, in support of what you said about showcasing the court trial in order to, you know, show specific tendencies with accusatory behaviors. So what I'm saying essentially is I believe it was around that time where there was generally a lot of abuse of the legal system overall by bad actors that were acting as, you know, victims,
Yes.
even when they weren't, just because the dominant tendency among both social media and overall people at that
was
time
to basically just go for the
guilt,
women no matter what.
Was essentially innocent until proving
Guilty until
proven
proven, yeah.
innocent.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and it's still kind of very prevalent even to this day. Maybe a little bit less. But the thing is like there's that unfortunate separation. And I wish more people would understand this, and I feel like people don't. There's a very real separation from the echo chamber that happens online and reality. Like, I kind of have need to tell people that you feel like the things that happen on the internet is real because most of your time spent on this planet has been interacting with the internet, which makes it more prevalent in your life, which makes you feel like the things you see there are true and overwhelming and constant because that is what you are giving them. The second you disengage from the internet and you live a life and you go out and you experience real things and you just don't do anything social, anything online, you are immediately slapped upside the head with welcome to actual reality versus welcome to what is portrayed on the internet. So like, the internet can really put things in a fixed fashion, or can be like things have been resolved or like whatever, and then you go and experience life and you find out real fast that no, it's not. It's just resolved in the biggest areas, the things with all the cameras. But the second you go outside of that area, it's all still there, and no one gives a shit because no one's portraying it, no one's demonizing it there because it's out of the way of the vision of society. And the reason why I say that is because the whole siding with women all the time thing, though it's not as prevalent online anymore, still happens a majority of the time. And it's really unfortunate.
I've seen it like mostly on Twitter. Like I don't have a Twitter like account anymore, but and overall, like since I don't, even though the Twitter algorithm did not do me any favors with
no,
like,
because it fucking promotes
specific
content.
But not only there was I'm guessing you may recall this time in Twitter, but how should I put this in a PG friendly way? Do you recall the time in Twitter where you would randomly get flashed with somebody
Hibbies?
doing the do?
Oh yeah, we're 13 plus. You can say sex. It's fine. People getting boned on Twitter just on the For You page.
No, wait. Coitus.
Coitus? God, it's almost like coitus. And then I think cloister. And now we're back to Pokemon.
Coitus. They are engaging in coitus.
Coitus.
They're consummating, if you will. But yeah, I would get flashed like that all the time, and I'm like, I'm not opening Twitter in a public space ever. Oh my god, that's such a fucking curse.
Yeah.
And I hated that. I hated that so much because that's not what I want to see. Like every single time that showed up, I just actively blocked the accounts just so it wouldn't show me again. And I'm like,
That's fair,
stop
yeah.
it, Twitter, stop it. Like at some point they removed that. Of course, like that hasn't happened in a few years now, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But like overall on Twitter, what I would engage in is pretty much just even I did purge my my Twitter as well. Like I only left artists that I actually idolize and follow for their artwork, just so I can cleanse my and try to recalibrate the formula essentially in Twitter. So I don't see anything. I'm not in these spaces where people usually debate or are political or toxic or argumentative or anything like that. Like I don't engage with that kind of content. But I do watch people who cover that content, so I'm kind of aware of the situation in places, and I completely forgot where I was going with this entire point.
That's fine. For context for chat, Belly Drum, what Belly Drum does is it halves your attack, it halves your health, and adds 6 stages maximum attack stat boost, even if your attack stat was lowered at all. So even if you have a -3 in your attack stat, if you use Belly Drum, it instantly goes to maximum attack stage, which is fucking terrifying. And then using Facade afterwards on top of that with a stab move, and then even more on top of that if they're affected by any sort of stats effect, is scary as shit. Yeah. I was waiting for you to see that, Hera.
See what Nivi's nails? Because that's what I'm looking at.
Yep, I know, because I can see you typing.
Oh my god, fucking stalker. No, I'm kidding.
I can see you typing.
Oh my god, you see me typing?
I can hear the click clacks.
Oh my god, can you actually hear that?
No,
oh,
I can't. No.
Okay, because usually if I start typing something very long, it's going to be a bit disruptive. Yeah. Fast.
Do you have auto sensitivity turned off in Discord?
Auto sensitivity? You mean noise suppression?
Auto sensitivity will change your. It basically moves your mic slider around and lowers it until it hears something pop, like until it hears something, and then it'll like slowly move it back up.
Input sensitivity. Input sensitivity is not automatic. No, I set it to manually, and it's minus. Currently, it's minus 85 decibels. don't
Minus
know if that's
85 is
normal or not.
really low. Yeah, I normally put it at minus 40 or whatever.
I put it at minus. No, go ahead.
So essentially what that sensitivity just means is when the mic opens up. So ideally you want that just below your normal speaking volume. So that way anything that isn't your normal speaking volume doesn't come through, it doesn't cue the mic. So the lower you have it, the more you're basically telling Discord, hey, that tiny sound that you heard in the background, yeah, we want to transmit that, even though it was like super quiet. So that's why you bring it up to match just below your voice.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I promise what you said wasn't boring. It's just really weird.
No, I know. It's late for you. I'm so self-conscious of my typing just because of my nails. I mean, that's why I got rid of my MX Blue keyboard and swapped to Reds, was so I could type while streaming without it being picked up by stream. Because I have a problem and I reply to people while I'm streaming. Because, I don't know.
With the minus 85 decibels, the only reason I put it that way is because a lot of, since I'm a person that usually laughs a lot, right? And a lot of people often have told me, you know, because I laugh a lot, and a lot of people have asked me, hey, why are you so quiet to this or that? Or maybe if somebody said a joke, they'd be surprised, like, you know, I expected you to find that funny. Usually laugh at those jokes. And I'm like, I did laugh, and they're like,
it might have been because your last.
Pick that up at all.
Yeah, it might have been because of your sensitivity, though. Remember, we fixed your sensitivity. So it, you might be able to put.
Maybe?
Yeah. So before, right, when you were really quiet, you had to have it really low because your mic input from the computer into Discord was really low. So you had to be like minus 85 because you were only coming through at like minus 50. But now you should be coming through closer to like minus 10. So that's why you can move it back to the right, is that you are louder now in Discord because your mic sensitivity is higher. So if you're in Discord and you look at the settings, when you talk, you'll see this little gray slider like moving around. That represents what your current audio volume is at. So you can use that to visually indicate like where you should move it to.
No, I get you. I mean, based on what it's telling me, I should definitely be a lot to the right. But that's the thing, because like when I speak like this normally, it still goes way to the left. And so like, but when I talk a little bit lower, especially when I whisper, it goes unusually low. So I don't. It's either I can't get a middle ground where my whispers won't be cut off, or you know, if I go too low for like needless sounds to come in. Because for example, based on where we live, right? So there's a, well, not exactly nearby, but above us, a lot of the time pass airplanes, right? And airplanes are noisy as fuck. So a lot of the times I'm wondering if people can actually hear the airplanes coming in as a sound, like because a lot of times like people won't tell me, right? Like they won't directly. Like some people will tell me, some people won't tell me. However, so yeah.
So yeah, when you have free time, if you want to, you can go back into Discord. You can do like whatever you think might be the quietest, and then just slide it a little bit under that, and then you'll be good. And I'll try to reject anything that isn't you being like anything quieter than that should get rejected, and then anything louder than that won't be. Fucking Franzi.
I could play around with it these days just so I can test it essentially, so I can make sure that you know, no extra noise comes in, because sometimes you know, our neighbors and stuff, like especially if I'm talking with somebody on PC during the day, right? Yeah. And they usually like, I think a family lives above us, so naturally, you know, children, they drop a lot of items, very loud, noises come in, yeah. I think they also have a dog, like, I don't know which neighbors of ours have a dog, but that little floofs, it goes fucking wild at some time during the day.
Yeah, that's
not
me.
During the day, even during the fucking morning. So it's like...
Sorry, as an upstairs neighbor.
As an upstairs...
Yeah, but do you have animals running around, or is it just you running around? I walk quietly, I promise. I was actually a great upstairs neighbor, according to the neighbors that I've had in my past. They're like, yeah, we never hear you. I was like, I don't move around very much. I get up, I make food, I sit at a computer, I lay in bed, I make food, I sit at a computer, I sleep, I get up, I make food. I don't do much.
Yeah,
I basically sneak around on my toes. Yeah.
I've actually no clue if like the neighbors below us have actually any issues, because nobody's ever like reported any issue, but you know, I haven't actually, I don't even know the people, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
But like, I remember, oh my god, now when Nivi mentioned sneaking around on tiptoes, oh, I have a story. Okay, story time.
Okay, go for it. I can do stuff in Discord while you yap.
So basically, like you know that moment where, like, let's say you still live with your parents, right? When you were in high school, for example.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you're staying up late, like on the computer doing stuff. So let's say playing video games, for example. That's what I used to do. And my video games. And my parents would be like, you know, don't stay up late. You gotta do stuff tomorrow. Don't stay up late doing your stuff. You have plenty of time to do that during the day. Yada yada. So I'm like, yeah, okay. I'm not gonna stay up late. I promise. I was a fucking liar.
I was a liar. She lied as easily as she breathed.
Oh, you have no idea. Oh my god. Well, they were mainly like white lies, like they weren't actually malicious lies. They were just white lies, like, oh my god, I didn't actually go to bed at 12.
I went to bed at 1.
It was actually 3 a.m. always. Somehow it was always 3 a.m. Not because of anything else. I would have gone a lot longer.
Mm-hmm.
But both either my mom or my dad, you know, them being humans and all that, randomly needing to go, you know, to visit the bathroom during the night, so they just see a flashing light, like from the living room. They just come in and they peek through the door and they're like, what are you doing up? I'm like, I'm just going to bed. I just go to bed. Just give me 2 minutes. I just go to bed. I promise, I go to bed.
Enhanced role styles enabled. In your server, go to server settings to start customizing the enhanced role styles. Hey, we got glowy names. I boosted it. We got glowing. Yeah, so apparently in server boosting, you can unlock, if we have enough boosts, then I can spend the boosts on specific things like, hey, look, the server tags. You know those things that people have underneath their names where they're like, you know, INTJ or like whatever after their names? Those are tags, which can be shown in different servers. So instead, I made role things, so now people can have glowy names, which I'm probably gonna do for special roles. So when I get because I'm doing it right now, I'm gonna put the art role in, the community artist role in, and then I'm gonna make that name glowy, and you guys should be able to see it. So it'll be very fancy in our server.
Oh, fancy. I like it.
Yeah, roles. Is it all the way at the bottom? No, it's not.
What was the corner left point? Ah, yeah. So anyway, like I would stay up until 3 a.m., right? And up until the point of where my mom and dad would go to bed, let's say 11 p.m. Let's say 11 p.m. So they go to bed, and I'm well aware that I have way overbroken my word on saying right? And so the way my parents' apartment is built, so my setup is in the living room, right? And the living room, you go out of it and you have a corridor that connects all the rooms, right? So, you start from the living room and imagine a corridor, like straight up, like one line, straight line. So, to the right side is the bedroom where my parents sleep. That's the first room next to the living room.
Okay.
After that, when you go forward to the right, straight, like to the left is the the main door to the apartment. Right. Okay. You go forward. There's the bathroom. You go to the right side. There's the kitchen. Pretty small apartment. Now,
Yeah.
something similar to Nivi, but not with creaking floors. But my fucking ankles, okay?
Spike. Ah, yes, the ankles.
Yeah, so like, because when I try, like, when I do my thing, and me also being a human, surprisingly.
Surprising human moment.
I
go
also
with-
have to go to the bathroom at some point, right? But in order to get to the bathroom, this is why I explained the interior location of all the rooms. In order to get to the bathroom, I need to pass by my parents' bedroom. And they sleep with an open door in order to like have a breeze come in through the windows, like to circulate fresh air during the night. So I want not to wake them in any way, shape, or form, right? And even though if I walk completely normally, nothing is going to happen, right? We're all aware nothing's going to happen if I walk normally, but my silly little brain was like, I need to tippy-toe. There is no other human option except
must tippy-toe.
tippy-toeing. I must tippy-toe. Now the issue lies, again, since we had tiles, right? So no squeaky creaky floors. Except my weak bones in my ankles.
My weak bones.
So- my joints ain't the strongest. So, you can imagine I go directly, like, from my setup, I get up, I go directly to where the, what's it called? The doorstep, essentially, of the living room. Sofa, and I start tippy-toeing from my setup. For some fucking reason, I start tippy-toeing from my setup, not from the doorstep.
Not when you
as a
actually needed
rational
to,
person.
yeah.
Yes, exactly. I pre-tippy-toed. Oh my god. Try to say that fast. Try saying that fast 10 times.
Pre-tippy-toe, 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 pre-tippy-toe. I can't do it 10 times. That's way too many times.
Yeah. So I basically pre-tippy-toed in advance, and up until, so from my setup to the doorstep, no sound. My joints quiet as a fucking mouse. The moment I step on the damn fucking tiles next to my parents' bedroom, they start cracking like fucking crackers. Do you understand? Like, oh my fucking god. And it's so loud! I didn't even know joints can crack that loud!
Just yours, Hera. Just yours, special child. Only yours.
Oh my god. It's because of mold, isn't it?
It's 'cause no, it's because you're supposed to be a necromancer and like you haven't accepted your calling yet. Oh my god, the roll call looks so pretty. Yeah. Because I figured a lot of people who wanted to be in the community artist thing all had purple names in Twitch. So I was like, all right, well, I guess it's just gonna make it purple.
Yes. You like purple. Purple.
Yes. Purple.
Purple.
Rolls.
But yeah,
VIP
so
is higher than community artist. Under these two. So why aren't the roles changing?
oh, I used to have a lot of you can check if you have like some kind of syncing enabled, like for if it's for a specific channel. So sometimes channel syncing fucks up the rules. I had that issue when I was making on our D&D server.
I left for a second. Who dis? This Hera. Welcome back, Allie. My knees sound like glow sticks if I crouched. And gee, I feel like you guys did not get enough exercise when you were younger.
My knees sound like See, Nivi, that's the exact same, literally the exact same sound, but for my ankles. My knees, thankfully my knees are fine, but my ankles are in absolutely a dreadful state, along with my wrists as well. They're constantly popping and cracking even when they don't need to.
Oh, I just needed to go back. I needed to leave and come back. That's why. Wait, no, wait, what? You're right. It's just in the general one. It's what? Oh. Wait, hang on. Oh, that's weird. Oh, okay. All right.
Oh yeah, I almost
There it
forgot. I
goes.
completely forgot about the story. So when my when my joints start cracking, right? They crack
Fuck you, Delta, I'm
all
fucking
the
home.
way. Like this was an actual phenomenon. I swear to God. So they don't crack up until I reach the doorstep of the living room. I go out, they start to crack like hell. The moment I leave the perimeter.
You leave the perimeter.
The hallway, yes. The moment I leave the perimeter of the fucking hallway, aka, if I enter the doorstep of either the bathroom or the kitchen, my ankles stop. I go back.
It knows.
I enter the fucking. I was gonna say wall. Oh my god, no.
I enter the wall.
walls. I enter the wall.
Say hi to
I
Mobius for
go
me.
back into the corridor. And the moment I step, my ankles start cracking again. It's like they have an AoE of just the fucking hallway to crack, and I don't know why that was.
That's very funny to me.
I stress tested this a bunch of times, and it all happened. Like it's not like, let's say it's a coincidence, right? Because you have like 1 point, oh, it's a coincidence. 2 points, oh, okay, still a coincidence. Maybe 3 points. That's a pretty long line of coincidences.
Coincidences, yeah. Hello, Gordon.
So I think the original phrase was like, 1 point is a coincidence, but 2 points make a line. I think that was the actual phrase, but I could be misremembering. But yeah. Yeah, so basically, Nivi just
2 is
reminded me
coincidence,
of that.
3 is a
little-
pattern, I think. Hi, Liz.
Was
Oh my
it?
god, hi, Liz. Delta, hi, Liz. Please ping when you make the group art thingy. I may not see it otherwise. What do you mean you may
yeah,
not see it
same.
otherwise?
I probably won't see it as well unless I'm explicitly pinged, because I'm not an active attention, type of person. Somebody actually needs to tell me, hey, this exists, in order for me to acknowledge, yes, this exists. I will now know that this exists. Thank you.
That's fair. Ball.
Yeah, I have it set to only ping as well, because I have this, like, you know how sometimes Discord, well, not sometimes, like usually, your thingy vanished. Ah, it's back.
Oh, it's because I got balled. Yeah, someone threw a ball for me to fetch. That's why. I have it
for a
to
moment
be
I was-
only ping. I feel
Yeah,
like you
I
guys
have-
are just saying I don't go to your Discord server enough to see if it gets created. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay, to be completely honest, I don't go to any Discord server, okay?
Yeah, there it is. That's what I thought. Sorry, I'm working on adding it now, so. That's why I started. That's why the community artist role exists now.
Yeah, but like technically both of the things I said are true. Like usually I don't go into Discord servers, but that's also because like I'm really low attention overall. Like I
Yeah.
cannot, purely because it's unhealthy. Like if I I know that this is a habit like that builds. Like I'm sure that this is going to become a habit the moment if we get the art group going in Art VC and something becomes a pattern or a schedule or a habit or a pattern or habit in my schedule, I am absolutely I will hyper focus on activity.
Yeah.
Usually.
Yeah.
And I know that if I do that with every single Discord server, I'm just going to get overwhelmed. So
Yeah, that's fair. I don't
yeah,
want to miss
and
out
I
on saying
can't
hi to everyone.
really-
I say, you want notifications? I just click mark all as red and then forget to look back. Wow, it's almost like you get too many notifications and you should probably limit how many notifications get to you so you can give each individual person their own amount of attention that they uniquely deserve. Maybe.
Or you can just mute everything like I do and then
Yeah, I just limit my interactions in general. That's the thing, is like that's why like Hera and I like basically don't talk. We just and that's fine. Because Hera just pops up like, hey, I'm back. And I'm like, all right, cool. Nice to see you again. Welcome back.
Yeah, I mean, I say this to all of you know, every single person that I meet that I actually befriend, because like I'm one of those people that really differentiates from calling somebody an acquaintance
and a friend
as opposed to a friend. Yes,
yep,
I hold
same.
those distinctions very dearly, and whenever I'm going to befriend someone, let's say, you know, I'm seeing that like I'm liking the energy and everything, I always make sure to disclaim, hey, just so you know, I am a extremely low maintenance person. I will, if you don't hear from me, like for 3 days or a month or anything like that, or if you expect me to just come in like, hey, how are you doing today? And like, and all that small talk, I'm not that kind of person. I'm sorry. If you're high maintenance, we just really, like, just so you know, it's not anything against you. I'm just like that. Because, you know, there's a lot of people like who are like,
I'm actually
a lot of
both.
people.
I'm both, because I'm low maintenance for people outside of my very small select group. But once you're in my very small select group, I'm very high maintenance, because that's just how I work. I adopt people, and I'm like, you and you are now the people I talk to like every day, and then everyone else is like once a month. Like, so I'm a bit of both, but I like it that way because it allows me the breathing room to have a lot of people in that like outer sphere where I don't interact with them very much, and then in the inner sphere it's very few people. So there's this weird like balance of, if I don't talk to them often I can have a lot, but if I do talk to them often I can't have very many at all.
I do understand that, honestly, because I also have like inner circles with which I can, like, let's say on the daily just like engage with them, right? And I wouldn't really get tired, if that makes sense. But at the same time, it's mainly like, how should I put this? Maybe it's more so not that. Why? Did I get it?
Stab it! Stab the fly!
I'm not sure if I hope I did. Where the fuck did it come from? Well, we have a net. Like, I don't know what it's called exactly in English, but you know how, like, during the summer, just so bugs can't get in, you have this, like, net thingy on your windows.
Yeah.
What's that called?
I love the perfect solution to this dilemma, just being like me, lonely. Aw. It's I think it doesn't have a very specific name. I don't think. I think it's called like a mosquito screen. Let me Google
because
it.
we call it that way. Like literally, mosquitoes screen is the literal translation of what we call it as well.
Yeah, so that's probably what it is.
We call it what do you call it? Kumalnik. Considering that I cannot say the letter R usually because I have a speech impediment, which is really bad in my language because, you know, Bulgarian and Russian and Ukrainian are pretty similar because we all use the Cyrillic alphabet, and like in pronunciation, like there's a little bit of a difference in pronunciation, but generally they're the same harsh languages and a lot of sounds are the same. And the letter R is equally harsh in all of them, but I have a speech impediment and I can't really say it in combination with specific was it vowels? The A, O, E.
Yes, vowels.
Like those letters. Vowels, yeah. Like with some words, I can say it nicely, but with some vowels, depending on the amount of vowels, whether it's before or after the letter, the speech impediment kind of goes up. This is why I also like try to focus my best on leaning more towards British English as opposed to American English.
Right, yeah.
Because it facilitates the impediment a lot better overall, since I can omit it in a lot of places, right? What was I talking about before that? Oh yeah, the screen.
Oh yeah, the screen.
So yeah, and we have it, right? Because like I keep my window open since we are the apartment that we're in is entirely south oriented, so you know naturally warm, right? Extremely warm during the summer, very warm during the winter. Which, by the way, this winter we did not turn on. We did not turn on this AC once through the entire winter.
Oh.
And we live like in a we live in a city where we are like between two mountains. So naturally you'd expect it to be, you know, a bit more chilly here, especially during the night it gets very chilly. But we open these windows like right now when you know it's like spring, but it's getting towards summer because it's going up to like 20 degrees Celsius.
You made it so it's at the top. Yes, I did. Hera's now going to the Discord to look.
What am I looking at? What should I look at?
It's in the... if you go to the Discord...
Oh my god, why, that font is huge! I can't miss it. Did you make it so big on purpose just so we can't miss it?
Yeah, and I wanted to give you guys some like special font.
Oh my god, it's so big. That's what she said.
It can... but it also supports fucking capitalization. Which is one of the reasons why I like this font. Because normal text chats don't support capitalization, which is the dumbest shit. Artist! Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, now that you mention it does have capitalization. I never really... Because that's something that aggravates me about channel names as well.
Uh-huh. Because I used a specific ASCII like type that Discord doesn't filter.
Special now. Oh my god, guys.
Yeah.
We're special now. Oh,
well, I gotta get Wanter in there too. Yeah, if I forget anyone, I just have people yell at me.
Who's gonna message first out to break the ice? That has to be the most intrepid thing to say on this.
Yeah, well, you're not the only one who probably is thinking that, so I fixed it.
I mean, technically, shouldn't you be the
first
one
I just saw the chat. Were you reading chat, or did you say that?
I was reading the chat.
Okay. Yeah, because I heard you say that because I was on the Discord window. I wasn't looking at chat. I heard you say that. I was like, whatever, I'll go do it. And then I look over and I see Delta Police break the ice, and I was like, oh well, I did it. Okay. I am extremely introverted.
I was about to say that it makes sense for you to be the first one to post anyway, since you were supposed to post like the reference sheet, right? So naturally, the first post would be yours, so we can pin it afterwards. In honor of this being a potential chaotic art server, I need to post a GIF. What is something appropriate? Homage.
Humming table for Humana. What am I looking for? Wanter. I can't search because I have streamer mode on, so I have to scroll through. The list. Did she? Hang on, I think she might have replied in media at some point recently. Also, your guys' names are so fucking fancy. When the mouse hovers over one of your messages. Yeah, when the mouse hovers over one of your messages in the Discord, your name's wave highlight. Like there's an actual effect.
Yeah, I saw that. So cool, man.
Same with VIPs. Yeah. In here. Where's the memes? Where did Wanter post? I don't think I can tag either. Wait, did I see it? God damn it. Okay. Pinging you so I don't have to search your name because streamer mode. We're special.
Yeah, yes. Special.
Well, yeah, because you guys do.
No, I'm kidding.
Well, maybe one of you. Actually, no, two. Because if you said that, I'm pretty sure Winter would agree. Winter would be like, yeah.
It's just a joke we often make within.
Oh God, yeah, no.
Within my friend circle, yeah. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah, it's
if
been
somebody
around for a
says
while.
special, you gotta. If somebody says special, you gotta. It's an unwritten
It's just
law.
what it
like
is.
It's a reflex. Yeah, it's like
Mhm.
a reflex to say it. Like it's clearly a joke, but it's a reflex.
Oh God, do you have the reflex of you're a blank? Where like,
Huh?
hang on.
What?
So like somebody will be like, wow, that dog is really round or something like that. And then somebody will be like, you're really round. Like,
I have that. Like, I don't think there has been a single instance in my daily life where I interact with somebody that's very close to me. Let's say my significant other, right?
mm-hmm.
So I say something like, if I translate this to English, it's not gonna sound as funny, sadly.
So
but
say
let's
it in your language first.
Oh, no, it's okay. It's
So we
okay.
can hear. Okay.
It's okay, it's okay. I'll just replace it with funny sounding words. So like, let's say I'm just talking about like something completely fucking normal. Like, okay, so this is the grocery list, right?
Mhm.
You need to go shopping, you need to get this, and this. You need to get tomatoes. You're a tomato.
Yeah, I've done that with my significant other a lot.
Yeah, like this. I'm guessing this is the type of thing that you're talking about, right?
Yes, 100%.
Yes, I do that a lot. I do that way too much. I do that in a healthy amount to people that I'm close with.
Yeah. Well, it's. I do that a lot with my significant other, mainly because there's a lot of positive things are said more frequently than negative things. So like, it's harder to do that with anyone else because it's gonna be awkward, right? So like, if you're eating food, right? If you're like, wow, this is delicious, but you're delicious, and it's just like,
That's
okay.
Yeah, if it's something someone you're not like entirely you know,
Mhm.
within your friendship circle, so to say, like something you're not like that open and comfortable with that specific.
Yeah,
someone
it's
at
gonna
that
be
time. That is weird, like because. And that's the thing, right? Because people have different levels, more so different thresholds of when they open up. Like, especially with extroverts, right? Like, they are a lot more open and acceptant of this type of behavior at a much lower scale
Intimacy.
than what
Because like intimacy
I was going to say
doesn't.
social scales overall, since because like we introverts like generally, right? Like not to say that extroverts don't like have a friend cherishment system, but like
Yeah.
with introverts, since we're like so enclosed, I feel like introverts are overall a lot more like how should I put this? A lot more picky on one side and a lot more careful with whom they pick as friends and who to get comfortable around it. Like we have a harder time opening up as much as extroverts can open up to people.
Mhm.
I feel like, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, yeah, because extroverts, they have a positive feedback loop with opening up a lot of the times, because the more they get to know someone, the more they can interact with them, which is a positive like reinforcement, because they want to go meet people, they want to go know people, they want to go do things. So like they're more inclined to give it up, so to speak, earlier. But introverts don't have that desire to do that specific thing. So it takes longer for them to give it up because like there's no benefits for them to do so. There's not only drawbacks, but the drawbacks are a lot more.
Yeah.
Harder
like,
to
the-
recover from, because introverts picking someone, like it's if an introvert picks somebody, it means they're invested normally pretty early. If an extrovert picks somebody, they're not invested early. They're just like, oh, a person, I can talk to a person. Oh, I don't like you, bye. Like, but if an introvert picks a person, they've already had to go through this process internally of allowing that person to be the thing an extrovert can just immediately do. So there's a lot more loss when an introvert opens up than there is an extrovert opening up, because they're more likely to do it early and yeah.
I'm going to play devil's advocate a little bit. There can be, and I'm sure there are, a lot of extroverts. So since you say that like they have a lesser attachment style to people in comparison to introverts, and while that is true, I have met a lot of extroverts who are exactly like they meet people and they have this like clearly this is because of some kind of unresolved like issue that they have in their mind for them to have this specific attachment style. But they get overly attached and over focused on this one person, and all of that energy that they would distribute like among other people, right, in these small bursts of meetings, they just dedicate and hyper focus on this one specific person, and it's just overwhelming and they become obsessed with them. I've met so many extroverts that just do that with obsession, and like they're open, right, they're extroverts, you wouldn't expect that much. But that's exactly the thing, because like both introverts and extroverts, like both of them have the specific energy that they focus on people, and it is you know more seldomly met with extroverts, of course, since naturally they're more open, right? It's a lot more prominent with introverts. But it's really odd when you actually meet an extrovert who's like that focused on you and that high maintenance. And it's for an introvert on the opposite end, since it has happened to me, right? It's fucking exhausting. It's so exhausting to talk to them because like I'm trying to do my thing and be like, okay, how are you? What you doing? How you doing? Oh really? What's that thing you're doing? Oh, is that a good thing that you're doing? And then keep asking questions and it's like, well, I can't really do this thing because you're just asking so much, and now I kind of have to give you attention because I feel bad if I don't, because like you're texting so much, and it's
I do that, but normally what it is it's like I get into a calming phase afterwards, which determines whether or not it becomes like a very long-term friendship, or if it peters into nothing. So like I'll have a very intense phase with specific people where it's like gaming with them every day or doing things or like whatever, and afterwards if they survive the puppy eyes of it, if they survive, if they can manage me at my most at my most intense, normally what happens is I'm like, okay, they know who I am, they know what I'm about, they've seen everything, right? You are now indefinite person. Like you are now friend forever. And I've had people for over, well, had because things fell apart, but I had a couple of people for over a decade that went through that process. Because it's almost like a skill check on the other end of like, can you deal with me, or is it gonna get to the point where it's like you can't anymore? And then normally what happens is like there's a wind down, but what leads up afterwards is pretty consistent. Like it doesn't ebb and flow. Once it gets settled, it just stays there, which some people have found really nice because they determined that like that consistency is either lower than they want, higher than they want, or exactly what they want. And if it doesn't land exactly where they want, normally the relationship, friend or otherwise, tends to peter out. Because if it's lower than what they want, they go to seek other people for the attention. If it's higher than what they want, they start becoming avoidant of your attention. So like, it's a very narrow strip to land in. But the people who have landed, like the friends that I've made that have landed there, I've just been there for years and years and years. Like Garo, Borky Butt, Naku Nuts, like he's gone through so many names in chat, is one of those people. We don't talk very often, but if he called me, I'd like not stream that day. Like if something happened, I just wouldn't stream, which is not something I would do for a lot of people. But the fact of the matter is this particular individual was there for me through a lot of like crap that happened kind of while I was gone. Garo was one of the very, very, very few people that I still maintain contact with to some degree. And it's been like that for years. But yeah, it's
honestly completely understandable, really. Like in terms of like the starting point of intensity.
Mom mode.
Yeah, by the way, right on topic. So about what Nivi said, right? That usually, normally an introvert, but becomes an extrovert if they see that somebody else is introverted and is having a hard time,
yeah.
getting comfortable. I have the exact same thing. This is a very like maternal instinct sort of feeling where it's this is with me overall for a lot of things. Like, because usually me myself as an introvert, I'm very like in social situations, like I'm trying to get out of my comfort zone and be like a little more open, since I know it's going to be an uncomfortable feeling, but I feel like it's just going to benefit me if I try to learn how to do it at least.
Yeah.
Usually I'm extremely shy. I have a hard time opening up. I have a hard time holding conversation because I feel like I'm just allergic to small talk a lot of the time. It's not stimulating enough for my brain to upkeep small talk as a conversation. Even if I try to diversify the conversation, like by breaking the script a little bit, let's say, if I can phrase it like that. Because like small talk is usually, hi, how are you? How's your day been? They say, the weather's nice today, right? That's like super basic, typical script of like introduction. Meanwhile, and that's a lot more stagnant. That's not stimulating at all. But like
that would explain why you latched on to me when I popped in the very first time we ever met, when I popped into that chat with like 4 other girls. And like I said something very me and my autism. I said something very specifically nuanced, like very niche. And I think you immediately lit up and went, oh, I know that. Or like you had a response to it like right away because it was something obscure, something different, something outside of the... And don't get me wrong, they weren't bad people at all. They were really fun to hang around with, but they were very high schooly. Like they were very the typical like women you would expect to meet in high school. They're just kind of like bubbly and chilly and like they hang out and they do the small talk and they yap and they like interact and like that's totally fine. But I also noticed you weren't talking very much.
Yeah, I was just chilling, essentially. Yeah. For one, I was just chilling, purely because, well, the topics that they covered, like, don't get me wrong, like, since they're still my friends, I love them very much, and everything, and they were just like, it's not like they were making small talk, they were just, like, not the frequency, but like the depth of the conversation did not go into topics that you can get into a discussion about. Like nothing that can actually cause a point of debate or a point of stimulation in the brain to actually contemplate on.
Because they're very objective things, which is a yes or no, and not a subjective thing, which allows you to share an opinion. Right?
Yeah, it's subjective and it's just general like things like how their day went in terms of I went to university and all that like things that I can't really like as you said basically like objective, but at the same time subjective stories that are day-to-day life that's not really usually a topic of discussion unless you're in that same unless you're in that same sphere of social interaction. For example, if I would like also go to university, because that's what one of the main things, for example, like a lot of them were just attending university, right? And since I didn't and I still don't,
you don't have I
can't really I don't really have a point of connection there or to hop in. This is just a pure example, right? So then I remember that when you popped in and then like I really don't remember what you were talking about. It was either like something technologically related or something music related. One of those two. I recall one of those two it was. I think
it was the progression of technology or something related to that. Because I do that sometimes where I was just talking about where we were going to be or the things we were going to have compared to where we were currently. But that's really deep. That was years and years ago.
I don't think it was that at all, purely because the reception from the others, because I based my memory based off of the reception of the people that I found familiar at the time, because I remember based on association, right? So as much as I can narrow it down, I just need a moment to dig through my head and I remember you were talking about guitars.
That sounds like something I'd do.
Yeah, you were specifically talking about guitars, and I think it was at that time you were talking specifically about strings of the guitar specifically, and you were looking at different types of strings. I don't remember if you had to replace the ones on your guitar, or you were just curious about like.
It was probably a curiosity thing. Because it was
exactly.
Oh, she said toes? Oh no. No, it was during the time where it was, wow, actually that might have been the start of when I was learning how to play. And I was trying to basically fit the guitars to me and what I like to interact with. So different strings had different weights to push into the frets. They had different feelings of sliding around. Like they was different.
And textures as well, because I know that you have plastic ones, metal ones, and they feel very differently to your fingers as well, which I'm guessing plays a large role if you're sensitive to texture.
And electric guitars don't have the plastic ones, those are classics, but electric guitars have coated and uncoated strings. Coated strings have a microfilm that prevents the oils from your fingers from degrading them as quickly, but they don't have as much grip, which means when you're moving around really quickly, you can slip on them a lot easier, or it just kind of, how do I put this? It's like having pedals on your bike that are slightly slippery, but you're riding barefoot. So it's like, feels better on your feet, right? Feels better on your feet, but is harder to maintain control. Versus non-coated pedals, which would be easier to control, but might hurt more. So that's kind of like the parallel I can draw there. But yeah, that's probably what I was talking about.
Yeah, pretty much it was around that, because once you spoke about that, I remember that specific thing, because like back in as I said, I remember based on association. So I remember this because that is when I learned about the different types of strings that you can have for guitars, because after that moment, since in high school, one of my ex-boyfriends in high school used to be a guitar player. So based on that concept of a guitar, I associated that specific memory, and after that specific memory where you said about the strings, because I had a I really wanted to learn guitar at some point. And I was worried about the strings because they're metal and my skin is extremely sensitive. So when you actually went in and actually went curious about those specific types of strings and how there's different textures, and I was like, so that kind of that instantly switched my brain on. And after that, I remember researching as well because of what you said.
Yeah, because if you want to learn electric guitar, you would probably use what are called nines. You use coated nines because they're easier to manipulate. Like you don't have to put as much pressure on them, but they rattle more. So basically what that means is that because of the different thicknesses of string, right? In order to get them to achieve a specific frequency, they need to oscillate, obviously, right? Because the oscillation of things makes the frequency. It moves the air around, which then makes sound. So with thinner strings, they need to oscillate in a wider physical arc. Like they need to move more in order to have that frequency and with enough like power. Thicker strings, which are harder to move around, they don't need to oscillate as wide physically. They can oscillate less, but because their mass is bigger and it requires more energy to push, they push air around more, or the magnetic field in this case, because they're electric. So the advantages of having lighter strings is they're way easier to interact with. They're less like bitey, but you have to keep them farther away from the fretboard, because if you don't, they'll smack into the frets and then they'll cause rattling sounds. So you have to lift them farther away. That is what's known as the action. For those who are in chat who are wondering, the action of a guitar is how far the strings are away from the fretboard, because you need to push the strings. So you touch the string first with your finger and then you push the string into the fret. So the lower the action, this is where things have trade-offs. The thicker the strings, the closer to the frets they can be, which means you might not need to push as hard on the bigger strings for them to sound. But they're harder to move around because they're thicker and there's a higher tension. But on the flip side, the thinner strings that are easier to push have to be farther away from the frets. So there's more distance to cover. This is exactly the reason why in that chat, I was explaining, or probably explaining these things, is because there are trade-offs. You specifically need to go and actually physically touch them, because only you can make the choice of, I like the thicker strings that are a little harder to push because I don't need to push them as far, versus the thinner strings that are easier to push but need to be pushed farther. So
I'll be 100% real with you, Big Chief. I understood only 1% of what you said.
basically, thinner strings move farther, thicker strings don't need to move as far. You need to go.
Like when you say move, do you mean like how much you can stretch them?
So like oh god, how do I? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I can explain this. I got this. Okay.
Okay.
So I want you to picture a guitar in your head where somebody's like holding the guitar, so you're seeing it from the front, right?
Yeah. I've held the guitar, so I'm kind of familiar of general structure. Okay.
So rotate it so you're looking at the side. So all you should be able to see is you'll see like the side of the neck, and then you'll see the strings above the neck, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So take a small section of the neck and remove everything else. So that is the only thing you're seeing.
Okay.
So the strings, as they're going across the top, right? There's a distance between those in the frets and those in the fretboard. So there's two important like levels. You have the bottom, which is the fretboard, which is just a piece of wood, right? And then you have the frets that are inset into that board. So the fret heights can be different. So they can go further away from the board or closer to the board. And then the strings themselves can go further away from the frets or closer to the frets, right? So a lot of the times in acoustic guitars, those strings are really, really high. So you have to push really hard and really far to get that string to go down and make contact with the fret, right? And on electric guitars, the strings are much closer, so they don't need to travel as far. So you can push down a lot less, and then it makes contact with the fret.
I understood.
And then,
I understood what you mean.
So the thinner ones, because they move more, like when you strum them, they just move around more.
Yeah, it makes sense if they're thinner, like that's less material, that's lighter material, so naturally your force would be able to move them a lot more. Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And that motion causes them to hit the frets if they're too low. So you hear like, krr, krr, like you'll hear this rattling, ticking sound when you're trying to play. And the only way to offset that is to take those strings and just literally physically move them farther away from the fretboard, which is controlled by an object that's next to the pickups, no, not tailpiece, bridge.
Is it the thing that like people? No, wait. I think that's guitar tuning. Like the things like at the top of the neck. There's like these little metal.
Yeah, those are the
that,
tuners.
Like, pop out. The things that people like rotate and stuff to like tighten the strings. I think.
You know what? I'm gonna do it. Fuck it. We got plenty of time on stream. I'm opening up Photoshop. Or actually, I'm gonna open up CSP because Photoshop does not play well with VTube Studio.
Oh, really?
Yeah, VTube Studio and Photoshop, because Photoshop is, at least the one that I have, is hardware accelerated. There's a memory leak in this weird interaction between Photoshop and VTube Studio, where VTube Studio will continue to progressively use more and more and more GPU usage from VTube Studio until it caps out. So I don't like, yeah,
Photoshop being Photoshop.
yeah, pretty much. Okay, and then
I get you.
so I gotta do a couple of things. I gotta go find a picture of oh no, wait, I can't draw it because I'm using my mouse, but so we'll full screen this, and then I'm gonna bring this on screen just so people on screen can see as well.
Yeah, of course.
So bye, Dunelle. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope you sleep well, bud. Also, sorry for sorry for this. I'm trying to get it moved quickly here. All right. I'm so glad. By the way, fun fact: if you hold Alt while resizing things in OBS, it crops it instead.
I will store that information somewhere in my head for future.
Yeah, it's really good enough. Okay. All right, and then should be able to string this to you as well. Okay.
Technically, I can just watch it from the stream. It's just going to have a little bit of a delay.
You could, but my ears might also get in the way. So that's why I'm gonna stream it into Discord.
Okay, I get you.
Okay, should be good. All right. One of the only downsides is I don't know the shortcut keys very well. Okay, so
It's fine.
obviously I'm doing this. I need to be careful how I draw this. Sure.
You could have finished that. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah. Okay. So we have. So these are the things that a lot of people are familiar with. These are pickups. And then we have this thing at the bottom here, which is our bridge. And then we have our knobs. We have our string. I'm just gonna draw one. We have our strings. And then at the very top, we have the tuners. Here.
Yeah.
Okay. So the bridge, this thing down here, the strings will pass over and then it sits on top of the bridge. And bridge is different between different brands. So Gibson, for an example, so this is from the side, right? So this is the body of the guitar here. And then this is the bridge. We have strings like this. Now, in Gibson guitars, they have what's called a tailpiece. And the tailpiece is where the strings anchor into. So strings themselves are aligned and they have this little circle at the end of it. And this little circle has this piece that comes off of it. And then the string is like wrapped around that. And that's how it holds on. So essentially the string goes up, it goes through this circle, and it comes down and it goes on itself. Okay. And the reason for that is so that when you put the string into which one is this? E. Okay. When you put the string in, this circle is essentially what gets anchored. So like the hole will be kind of small, so the string can fit through, but smaller than the big circular piece. So the big circular piece can't go through the hole. So that's how it gets locked into place.
Yeah,
so
that makes sense.
On this tail piece here, right? This is where this goes in. You can't see it because it's inside. Now, that's where it gets, so no matter how hard you pull, you won't pull it out. So it goes up and over the bridge, and then it goes all the way up to the headstock up here.
Yeah.
And this piece here is responsible for changing the height of the strings from the body. So on Gibsons, now there's a couple different ways this is done on Gibsons specifically. So now this is the top-down view. Okay, so then we have the body of the guitar here and kind of sort of a little A here, right?
Yep, I get you.
Yep. So here's the tail piece. Strings come in and they break over this. So these two circles on either side, imagine the 60s. These two circles on either side are the posts. And these are what this sits on. So side view here, it actually looks more like that. So this is the body, and then this is the post underneath. So there's a screw up here that's normally like it's normally a flathead. And when you twist that, it raises the physical metal piece up and down away from the body of the guitar. And that physical movement raises the strings as well as it goes up and over. And the reason why there's two of them is because it allows one side, the thinner strings, the thinner, the higher notes, it allows that to go down closer, so you'd actually see these, right? And then the opposite side, the thicker strings, are allowed to be further away. And the reason for that is most of the time, the action, which is the distance of these, the action, which is, so we have the neck of the guitar here. And then we have our frets. And then we have the string. So the action is the distance away from the body, from this neck. Let me add the fretboard here. There you go. So that's how far away the string. Now, the thicker strings normally need to be a bit farther away than the lower strings, just because of the way the nature of the strings are. I won't go into too much, but just they need to be further away. And when you have really thick strings, this action itself can actually be pretty close to the frets, because when you strum this, right? So this is like this is cut it in half, and then here's the okay. So these are these dots of the strings, and they're going up to the headstock, and then we cut. So this is the neck of the guitar. So this is the fretboard here. So we should have like a singular fret, but I'm not going to do it. These strings will oscillate when they're strung. So their actual occupied space is about like this big, right? Which means that
real quick, sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt. What does oscillate mean?
Okay, oscillate is what happens when things move around. So oscillate in this particular case is something like a sine wave. It's like this, right? So what this wave represents is it represents the strings moving like this way, but also this way, but also this way. They're very unpredictable. So basically the strings are moving around, but oscillation specifically means it's like a repeating pattern. So it'll swing this way, but then it will swing back this way, and it will go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
I get you. Okay.
So that's what this represents. So this is the back, this is the fourth, this is the back. And that oscillation is what makes sound, right? So frequency is literally this, right? This is...
I believe I understood what it means.
Yeah, but this is the strings. So when the strings move, it makes the air move at the same frequency the strings do, which makes sound. Now, with electric guitars specifically, this oscillation creates a magnetic oscillation rather than an air oscillation, right? So in electric guitars, right, we'll work with oh, sorry, my model is apparently having a time. Good. No, apparently we're not. Okay, it's this. No, my vibrator is having an aneurysm. Back with us saving. Yes. So I'm just gonna reload this real quick. I'm gonna go quick here because I was in the middle of saying something and my brain does not like the fact that I'm being distracted by something else. Software, stream software. Vibrator, here we go. Or it could be the phone. Ooh, it might be the phone. I need to get one of those things that like hooks onto the back of the phone that cools it down. Because especially in summer, that the phone's gonna get really warm. Because I don't have any active cooling for the face tracking. I should do that sometime.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. that probably heats up a phone like after it's being used, especially depending on like how new your phone is. Because if you're like me, I'm using a phone that's like 8 years old at this point.
It's almost time for
Yeah.
Dog's hourly payment.
Yeah, mine's an older
I really
one
just
too.
don't use phones. Yeah, I just don't use phones, man. I've used my phone just so my parents can call me.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's it. Maybe like watch a YouTube video while I'm at work at lunch, and that's about it.
Yeah, my phones are primarily YouTube, glorified YouTube players. Okay.
Yeah.
So these oscillations on these strings create the oscillations in the air, which we perceive as sound. So the thing about this is that the slower oscillations normally swing farther. So if I show you a string right here, right? This needs to move back and forth in order to produce the sound. And the distance it needs to move back and forth is normally very closely related to the frequency that it's going to do. So lower frequencies require a big move because it needs a lot of time between the middle, because that's what, you know, that's what big frequencies are. They're very slow. They're very low. Sorry, low frequencies. Low frequencies require a lot of time between. High frequencies don't require a lot of time because they're very fast. Which means that they return to center much quicker. So low frequencies require a lot of space to move and high frequencies don't. Now, this means that this ties into the strings themselves, right? So the strings that are used for the higher frequencies, the thinner strings, they don't need as much room to move around. So that means that they can be positioned closer to the frets, because if, you know, you have a fret and you have a string here. Sorry, let's put these two strings at the same height, right? This one only needs to move this far. This one needs to move this far, which means that this string is going to collide right here with the fret. And the second it hits, it's going to knock it out of frequency.
Yeah, it's gonna make bad sound, so it has to be like further away. So yeah, I get you.
Got it. So that's why at the bridge there's two nuts. So there's one for this side and there's one for this side.
Nut. Yeah.
Nut. And that's so that literally so that these strings can look more like so here's the fret, can look more like this. So you have this slope. And that is allows as low as an action, so as low as these can get without bumping into the frets themselves. Okay. Now that you know that, when it comes to picking string sizes, it's now a merger of the string and the frequency, right? Because the frequencies are very, very low. Everything can make that frequency, right? But it gets different based on how thick the strings are. So thicker strings compared to thinner strings, if this needs to make the same frequency, if this thinner string needs to make the same low frequency, it needs to move around a lot more, because it's more likely to want to, because it's thinner, it's more likely to want to return back to the middle. And it's also going to be looser because it needs to do this wider swing. So I can't really explain why. I don't know the physics that well, but it's like, God, I don't know how to explain it. Essentially, with this being as thin as it is, to get a low frequency from it, it just needs to swing wider. And in order to swing wider, it needs more room to do so. For a thicker one to get the same frequency, it doesn't need to swing as wide. So when you start combining these aspects together, you end up in a situation where the lower frequency strings like to be thicker, obviously, and then the higher frequency ones like to be thinner, as you know from looking at a guitar. And I realize that I'm doing the lagging thing. I'll try to fix it in a second, guys. However, this also plays in the fact that you can change to an even thicker string and an even thicker string on both ends. But also you can change to an even thinner string and an even thinner string. And if you start going to thinner strings, all of the strings need to go up. If you go to thicker strings, all of the strings can come down. Because essentially, to get the same frequency that we were hearing before, they don't need to physically move as much to make them. Now,
Yeah, that makes sense.
with that, thicker strings take more force to move down, but don't need to move as far. Thinner strings take less force to move down, but need to move farther. And this is why it's so subjective, is because some people, right? So when you're actually literally playing the guitar, some people like really high actions. And the reason for that is control over the sound. So imagine these weird ass lines are fingies. I'm very bad at drawing fingies, but imagine they are fingies.
Okay.
Right? So we have our
Better
hand.
French fries.
Yeah, forbidden French fries. So we have our hand coming up over the fretboard, right, to press down on the strings. Now, this is called the left hand muting. And what that means is that if you're playing a power chord up at the top here, right? If we're playing a power chord up at the top here,
I know.
and we're pushing our fingers down on these strings,
Pay for dog's food, though.
you don't want the remaining strings to also sound. Even if you are not touching them, there is something called resonant frequencies and sympathetic frequencies. So sympathetic frequencies mean that when, okay, so these strings specifically in their natural state, they are E, A, D, G, B, E. Or Ernie ate dynamite, goodbye Ernie, which is how I remember it. Still to this day. Still to this day, that's how I remember it. You'll notice E, A, D, G, B, E. You'll notice the first and the last one are the same note. The reason why is that they share kind of the same core fundamental frequency. So if you strum out, if you just touch the lowest frequency, E, which is the first one, the thinner one at the other end will start to move with it because it forcing the air around makes the other string want to move. This is what is called the sympathetic frequency. So anytime you play an A, a D, a G, or a B, or another E, the other strings want to move too. And you don't want that because it starts muddying the actual sound that the guitar is making, because now you're having strings make sound when you don't mean them to. So your low E will start making high E sounds. And one of the ways to prevent this is actually resting your fingers over the other strings so they can't move. You're deadening the strings. As you can imagine, when your hand is curled in this way, the higher the strings, the more likely you are to touch them and therefore mute them. Which is a play style thing. So if you like high strings because it gives you a lot of control over the other frequencies, you'll potentially either play with thick strings very high or thin strings very high. But either way, you want a higher action because that is what you were used to playing with. But if you're somebody who plays more flat or a lot of like strumming chords or something like that, you might want a lower action because you don't need to worry about muting with that hand. So this is the reason why I was talking about it back then, was because literally it's up to you, the player. And sometimes the best way to determine what feels most comfortable is you just have to use everything. You have to use low action, light strings, high action, light strings, low action, heavy strings, high action, heavy strings, a mix, which is called light top, or heavy top, light bottom, which is thicker strings on top and thinner strings below, more than the norm, because right, it progressively gets thinner. This would be like taking the thicker string pack and a thinner string pack and kind of smashing them together in some sort of weird amalgamation hybrid thing. There's all sorts of different ways that it can affect it. And then the last thing is whether or not they're coated. And all that does is it makes it so when you're doing bends, like when you're bending the strings, it'll slide on the frets easier, but it also feels nicer physically because it makes them feel kind of more plasticky, more smooth, and less frictiony and metal. They also last longer because your oils doesn't back this way. So you could go from something like uncoated heavy strings to coated light strings, and it is completely different as a playing experience. Completely different. And that's why I spent a lot of money and a lot of time working on my guitars and changing strings out, was because I want to know what worked for me. I still kind of haven't figured it out. I've just found which isn't the worst, because sometimes it's not about finding the best, it's finding which isn't the worst. And that's kind of what I've settled on. And the reason why the reason why I explained a lot of the base fundamental stuff and why I went so fundamental with it is because if you remember the fundamentals, you can follow my train of thought in the future to get to where I ended up. It's a lot like math. If I just tell you equations, you're not going to remember it. If I tell you how they're built, you might remember how they're built and then how they're used. So by remembering big things, big strings move more, little strings move less, you can use that to reconstruct essentially this entire lesson in your brain. And then when you go to try it, for the love of God, don't play an acoustic.
Do you have a grudge against acoustics?
They are terrible for guitars to learn on because their action, that string distance, is so far away. A, you need to move them more than you would on a normal electric, but also B, the strings themselves have to be thicker to actually make sound. It is a world of suck for anyone trying to learn guitar. Does it have something to do with the fact that acoustics are more hollow than electrics? It's because acoustics make sound using their strings. Electrics make sound using the magnetic waves produced by the strings. So electric guitars, strings can move a lot less. Like when you hear someone play an electric guitar, you can't hear dick. Like unless they have their aux cord plugged into an amp, you can't hear anything. And that's on purpose.
Yeah, that was the biggest thing that I've always noticed. And I'm like, why can one of them do it, but the other one can't?
The one can't. So the reason for that is because the strings are designed differently. The strings on an electric guitar are designed to oscillate a magnet. So those pickups that I talked about, the little like square things, those are magnets. And essentially what the metal in the strings do is they move the magnetic field. And that movement in the magnetic field creates electricity, right? Because if you think about copper and magnets, that's how a generator or some of the old electricity producing things. If you have a bunch of copper wound around a magnet and you're moving the magnet around, it creates an electrical current in the copper. It's the same thing with electric guitars. So that oscillation of the string creates a moving magnetic field, which then in turn creates electricity. That electricity is what is amplified by the amplifier. So that movement gets translated into sound, so that electricity then goes to a speaker, which then moves the sound for you. So electric guitars are significantly easier to play because to create that electricity, the strings don't need to move that much. Because the strings don't need to move that much, they can be placed closer to the frets, which are then easier to play. Acoustics, on the other hand, don't have that liberty. They have to physically move sound around, which is why they're so big and clunky, and why there's a big hole, is so that string movement gets echo chambered literally in the hole of the acoustic guitar and then bounces back out. But in order to do that, you need big, thick, heavy strings to actually physically move the air like a piano would. So given this logic, technically I wasn't incorrect by saying that the hollowness of the acoustic has something to do with this. Correct. You're not incorrect. It's just more explanation for why that is a thing. The hollowness echoes. The hollowness echoes the movement. Yeah. Yeah.
Because I was always like, why the fuck does this have a hole and why is it hollow?
Yes. It is quite literally an echo chamber. And to play into that, because there's some people who still hold this true, and if anyone says this, I want you to roll your eyes at them. The only time wood matters is in an acoustic. Wood literally does not matter at all for electrics. People will be like, oh, it absorbs some frequencies, it absorbs other frequencies, and like because of that absorption, no. Because the whole concept of an electric guitar was to separate the strings as much as possible from the wood. So the bridge, that breakpoint that I showed you where the string goes over, that's in contact with metal. And then the strings never touch the wood. And then it touches the nut at the top. which then goes over. So you have a bridge at the bottom and you have a nut at the top. The purpose is to basically angle the strings. So when the string goes over the top of the guitar, it goes down towards the tuners. So from the tuners, they go up and then they go over the nut, which flattens them out with the fretboard, and then goes into the bridge in the bottom. Electric guitars are specifically designed to not have the wood interact with them in any way. And there have been multiple tests by reputable people that over time continually has shown that wood plays 0 roles, only in electrics. In acoustics, it's actually a huge deal. It's massive because in wood guitars and acoustic guitars, the wood itself, because it is the echo chamber for creating the sounds and trying to amplify them, the echo chamber's construction material will absorb sound. And the sound it absorbs is determined by the type of wood. Harder woods will absorb, I believe, more of the frequency spectrum, and softer woods will absorb less of the frequency spectrum. And some woods will take some, then skip some, and then take some else. So when people talk about having an acoustic guitar made out of maple, or an acoustic guitar made out of mahogany, or like all these different types of wood, if you use the same strings, the same necks, everything is the same except for the body, you will 100% hear a difference in tonality between them, because one might produce high frequencies less, and the other one might absorb low frequencies, which then makes it sound brighter. And it is, acoustic guitar players are very picky, because if they have a tone, if they have something they identify as their sound, much like an artist has their own style, they will go the ends of the earth to find whatever acoustic guitar sounds like what they want it to sound like in their head. It's very cool, but it's so much harder to play on. So whenever I talk to people who are like, I want to get into learning guitar, I am always 100% of the time, get an electric. Just get an electric guitar. Get an electric and get it set up by a professional. Spend $200 on the guitar, spend $100 to get it set up by somebody who knows what they're doing, and then learn to play on that, because you won't have finger fatigue. Because it's significantly easier to play on. And because it's easier to play on, there's two things. Thing number one is you'll be more comfortable learning things you might not normally. But thing number two is if your technique, if the way you hold the guitar is fucked up, it's more gentle in how it gives you pain. Because for the first 2 or 3 months I was learning, I had a lot of hand pain after only an hour or two. And I was like, this isn't right, because people play 4, 5, 6 hour sets, right? They'll just fucking play and play and play and they're fine. So I knew I was doing something wrong. And I looked into how to properly hold it. And I was holding it like, you know how you move your hand when you're like making fun of someone talking? You make a duck bill and you're like, yap, 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 yap.
Yeah.
That was how I was holding it.
Oh my god.
Which is really bad. But it was what I knew, because I didn't have a teacher. I'm all self-taught. And then
I can understand that completely.
Yeah, and then I started seeing others play. I was like, I gotta look at YouTube. I gotta look at how people are playing. And I was like, oh, they have the neck of the guitar like in their thumb cavity. Like that piece of flesh between your thumb and your pointer finger, that nice little hook. They had it sat in there, like in there. They were touching the back of the neck. And I was like, oh. And I did that, and I was like, oh, okay. Now I can have the neck lower, and like I can have the guitar seat lower and a whole bunch of other things. And then I was like, oh, this sucks. Because the way I was learning before was I was kind of moving my wrist around to move my fingers around rather than moving my fingers themselves. And I basically needed to relearn how to play after 2.5 months. But it was good because it was only 2.5 months.
Only.
When it comes to learning an instrument, yeah. I mean, to be fair, I sometimes I tell people who know how to play guitar that I started off with learning a Metallica song. The very first song I ever learned how to play all the way through was a Metallica song. I didn't learn Mary Had a Little Lamb. I didn't learn Star Spangled Banner. I literally went straight into learning a rhythm, the rhythm guitar from a Metallica song, because I was like, this is what I want to learn how to play. And it took me 4.5 months, because I went from literally nothing to one of the most respected thrash metal bands. And I was fucking proud.
As you should be. Honestly, as you should be.
But yeah, that's why when you're like, yeah, I wanted to learn guitar, my brain was immediately like, I gotta explain why you don't want to pick up an acoustic guitar. You just don't.
It's actually a good explanation. I mean, the main thing I believe with most people when in regards to picking up guitar overall is that they pick the guitar in which that originally gave them inspiration they wanted to play. So that's why a lot of people go for acoustics, essentially, because it produces a lot more pleasing sounds to the common person. Because like we have a lot of people like rock, a lot of people like metal, but on average, most people like acoustics a lot more because it's a lot more gentle to the ear. Because like because the difference with the electrics and essentially, especially when you hear them like in media of all, like you usually hear these loud songs, like these large guitar solos, these loud songs, rock songs, metal songs, and a lot of people like the genre itself is less like is less popular, so a lot of people like go to acoustics. And there's another thing where as you said, for electrics you need an aux, right? You need an aux like to actually get the sound going, and you need extra setup for that. Well, with acoustics,
you can pick it up.
Generally, you just pick it up and it just produces sound, and you can travel with it wherever you go, and you're not reliant on an aux cord as well. A lot of people pick it up as well because of convenience, essentially, because you can just travel with it, which is actually cool. For me, I like both. Like I love rock and metal songs. I love the sound of electric guitars, but I also love the soothing sounds of acoustic guitars as well, because I like to be calm, and I would like to learn both in complete honesty, because one is fucking badass and the other one is really calming. But
here's the thing.
But yeah,
I'm about to probably make you happy, educate you a bit. So when you think of electric guitar, obviously you're thinking metal and rock and stuff like that. Well, the specifics for that is called a distorted guitar. So it's an electric distorted guitar, and the distortion is actually what's making it sound like that. Do I have, might be able to, hang on. Okay, give me a second, because I can give you an example. I have wire. Grab this. Throw it in that hole. Hang on. Okay, and then had to leave for IRL issues, but Hera's still here. When is bedtime? Oh man, Neva, you missed an entire explanation on how guitars work. Like literally me talking for a solid what, like 40 minutes on how like guitars work.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I gotta get under the desk. Hang on. I could just ask you again and you'll do it. Ta-da! That part is you're not wrong. Okay. And then over here. Alright, hang on. Okay, so that's going through. Okay, so it's going through the wireless mic. Okay, so you guys can probably hear this. I don't think Hera can, so give me 1 second. Let me. I gotta go into this. I gotta go through routing, and I gotta go through line in into chat mic, and then I'm gonna build this, and then. Okay. So you should be able to hear this, right?
Yes, a bit painfully.
Painfully loud. Yes. Let me fix that. Hang on. I can make it quieter. Don't worry about it.
Oh, bye, Nivi. Bye-bye.
I have to go feed the cats, okay? And I missed the end stream. Okay, bye. Okay, so that should be way quieter.
Yes, it is very quiet.
Okay. So, oh god, I had a pick at some point. Where did I put it?
Yeah, you're going to fingerstyle this. I'm sorry. This is just how it is.
No, I can't finger very well. I gotta go find something. Like, put it right here. Okay. Alright, press on. Okay. Normally, I don't have my ears in. Normally I like one. But I've up a lot recently. So now I think I need to go take a walk. Had some in that I put away, probably buried at the bottom of the box. And I don't have my earphones in, so I really can't hear anyone. Yeah, there's one. Nice. Wait, okay. Oh boy. Okay. Alright, fingers back in.
You're good, slime.
Kinda. Oh, I should probably take that off. I have something stuck in my hand. Okay, anyway.
Oh, that
So-
makes me so happy to hear. Ah.
Oh yeah. So I haven't really done anything with guitar since freaking last
Did you actually mute the Pokemon game while playing on this so the sounds don't mix?
Nope.
Oh god.
You guys can have fun with that. I mean, I can turn it down if chat wants me to. I can turn down the Pokemon game. You know what? Sure, we'll turn it down. You're probably right. We'll turn it down to like we'll put it to like 30 something. Okay. So what you're hearing is this is what's close, probably the closest to. Oh my god, that fucking screenshot. This is what's closest to the distorted guitar you're probably familiar with. And the reason for that is because this sound is actually produced by forcing the audio to essentially clip. Because if I turn down the volume on my guitar, I gotta tune it. That's gonna boggle me. If I turn down the volume on the guitar, you can tell that it doesn't have that same sort of bite to it. And the reason why I wanted to explain this was that the guitar itself is actually oh, are we too high? Okay, I don't like this website. It's not good enough. Let's try a different one. What? Delta can play electric guitar? Yes. Oh, I got a wow. Wow this time. There we go. Oh, you know what? It's probably because it's not loud enough. Sorry, guys. I might hurt your ears for a second here. I need the website to hear it. My bad. It's not moving. What? Okay, what mic are we using? Oh. Never mind. It wasn't using the right mic. We can fix this. Okay. Let's reload. Turn on. Let's see. What was... Okay, no, still doesn't like... Hang on. It's coming through chat.
How long
right?
has it actually been since you last played the guitar before, like now? Like, do you frequently still practice it, or have you like left it a little bit on the back burner for a while?
I've left it on the back burner because of the living situation. I haven't been able to really get comfortable with it, which is unfortunate. Okay, now if I do that, and I do that, and I go back, reload this website. Oh wait, is it actually? Okay, it is. Yeah, this is the frequency it should be. Okay. I think it's too high. Hey, website, you want to do the thing? Wow, that's actually pretty close with that. Yep. Unfortunately, I don't have the ear yet, because I know a lot of guitarists who get really good can tune by ear. Okay, good enough. Nope. Okay. All right, so turn that back up, and I'm gonna turn this back down so I don't blow your ears. Oh god, what was that song? No. God, it was the Papa Roach song. I love doing this little riff. I can't fucking for the life of me remember how it went. I know it's...
Wait, which song?
That one. Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, that's the... There's a couple of different like settings and stuff where distortion is... So that is in general what distortion is. But there are different like things you can do with actual sound. So if I over, this is on the other hand more of a cleaner sound. So you can, but it comes through a lot quieter. So let me.
That sounds so much more clear. It sounds like a more like a densified acoustic. Like it doesn't sound as hollow as acoustic does. It sounds a lot more clean, a lot more like smooth. I think smooth.
Yeah.
Like in terms of a sound, because like acoustics, like they have a peaceful sound, but at the same time, you can hear the hollowness of the sound to an extent because it has a specific like tune or note that you hear. Meanwhile, with the one that you're doing right now, it just sounds a lot more smoother in terms of sound and a lot more dense and solid in comparison. If that makes sense, that's how I can describe it as a non-technical person with music. But I definitely like this sound a lot. It pleases my ears because it satisfies both ends of like the sound that the distortion usually makes with the sound that the peaceful sound that the acoustic usually makes. So this is kind of a combination between the two, and my brain is feeling very, very nice.
Yeah, and that's what this is because this is what is called clean. So in the world of electric guitars, this is what is called a clean guitar. This is not very heavily processed, not a lot of distortion, not a lot of effects, and there's ranges between them, which is where tone comes from. So tone itself is very interesting because tone itself is created through how you want to mold your sound. And sound is obviously the most important, and everyone chases it. Everyone buys thousands of dollars worth of equipment or hundreds of pedals and effects because to a degree.
Just so you know, I don't know if it's from my internet, but your mic just breaks up randomly in places.
Yeah, it's probably because I'm playing both at the same time. Or it's scratchy or something. I'll keep that in mind though. Essentially, there's clean, distorted, there's clean and overdriven, which is a different type of sound than distorted. And then there's all sorts of sonic ranges in between, which is responsible for a guitarist's signature. Like there's signature sounds from specific guitarists because they're like, I like this one, this is how I build it, this is what it's been forever. So to kind of show you that, I can swap to some of these different presets that I have. So that might be, then we have that one, that one, that one. So like all of them are very different, and they all have a purpose. So I believe this is probably what I was on before. And then if I go to, is that the first one? Yep. And this one. It's similar to the first one, but it's more compressed.
You said you have different presets. Like what does a preset mean?
Yes.
In this
So
case?
A preset is essentially, God, this one's a little bit harder to describe. So do you remember how I told you oscillating strings, right? Up and down, up and down, up and down, creates a sound wave, which is what we as human beings interpret to be sound, is the movement of air up and down, up and down. Well, these strings move in such a way that it is okay. If we move the string, if we move a speaker cone the same way the string is moving, it will produce the same sound as the string. And that means anything we do to that analog signal will change how we hear it. So even though like I can do this, that is not what the string sounds like. The string sounds like the clean guitar, the one at the beginning where you're like, this tickles my brain. That is as close as the sound as you can possibly get to what the strings are actually producing, but they still go through the pickups, and the pickups can change the tonality, much like wood and acoustic changes how the tonality works. The pickups in an electric change how the tonality is received as well, because it's the first thing that gets interacted with before the amplifier. The amplifier's job is to amplify the signal, but while it's amplifying the signal, you can add fuzziness to it, you can add scratchiness to it, you can add, because it's all analog, right? So you just change the wave slightly, and that changes how it gets produced. So a preset is essentially parameters for how something can interact digitally with that analog signal of like, if we make it more scratchy and we do this and we do that, we add echo, we add some reverb, we do all those things, and then we just box it up and we say it's this. So you can have a box with a lot of echo and fuzziness, you can have a box with a lot of reverb and not a lot of fuzziness, you can have a box with all these other different effects that you can apply to the signal, and those are our presets, so you can click a button and immediately go between them. You don't have to fuck around with trying to do it yourself. Now,
Is that why electric guitars are so dependent on aux cords? Is because they interact digitally in terms of sound?
Yes. So the aux cord is what carries the electrical signal. So
Yeah.
you know when you plug your headphones into something, right?
Yeah,
Your
of course.
headphones, your headphones are directly wired. And essentially what's happening is that the computer software within your phone, let's say, is going, okay, what voltage or frequency of voltage or electrical signal do I need to produce in order to move the speakers around at the right frequency to make this sound, right? The aux cord that plugs into the guitar is receiving the electrical production from the pickups. So because the strings are moving around and they're generating an electric field, they're producing the electricity that then travels along the cord into the interface in the amplifier that then pulls it in. And this is where things get interesting. One of two things will happen. A, it'll go into an analog amplifier, which is old school and sometimes very expensive, or it goes into a digital amplifier, which is new school and much cheaper. And the digital amplifiers basically take that voltage, they take that frequency, and they read it and convert it into ones and zeros that can then be manipulated and changed and reproduced and yada yada, and then it gets converted back to analog when it leaves the amplifier. The thing about analog amps and why they are so cool is that they physically interact with the electrical signal. They don't convert it to ones and zeros first. They actually change the voltage, they change the electricity on a fundamental level, and that fundamental change just goes right through into the speaker, which is then, obviously supplied by electricity to make it louder. And so you'll hear things like reverb, and you'll hear something like digital reverb and analog reverb. Digital reverb is basically some computer chip taking the sound, duplicating it, and making it a lower, lower presence in the amplification that comes out. Analog reverb is really cool. So analog reverb is a literal, it's either you can have spring, you can have plate, you can have like these different types, but it is literally a physically moving thing that it's moving creates the echo. Like it moving changes the electrical current in the chain, and that produces the echo. And it's really cool. It's really, really cool. And there's also analog overdrives, which are a way for amps to physically interact with the signal. And hi, Pancake. What digital has been trying to reproduce forever is trying to get something as close to what analog does, because analog will never be beaten, because it is the purest interaction you can possibly get, because it is a real physical interaction. Because in analog reproductions or in digital reproductions, you always are going to have like low quality samples or not enough bits. It's like the difference between what your eye see and what a camera can show, right? We're always chasing higher FPS. We're always chasing higher resolution. We're always chasing like, we want to get as close to what the human eye can see and frame rate and all this sort of stuff, but nothing can beat our eyes. It's the same thing. Nothing can technically beat analog because it is the purest form of reverb that you can possibly get, but we're chasing to try to get as close as we can. So these presets are digital replications of what can be done in analog, and sometimes what can't be done because digital, right? You can have super, super long delays that are like a second behind where you can essentially harmonize with yourself. But that's what presets are. They're basically, they change the sound in a way that is predictable because you've said, hey, do this, hey, do this, hey, do that.
That's actually a side of electric guitars that I'm like finding out for the first time. I didn't even know this was an actual thing. I just assumed that people, you know, for different sounds just had different guitars, not that they actually preset the sounds in some way digitally.
Yeah. Now here's the interesting thing is because because guitars are probably one of the most physical instruments, and by that I mean like you hold the pluck, right? You pluck the strings, you push the strings on frets, you interact with like the neck, like guitars, violins, violas, cellos, anything where you are touching the strings and physically interacting with it is very subjective to your physical body. Do you want a thick neck? Do you want a thin neck? Do you want an asymmetrical neck where the top of the neck is thicker than the bottom of the neck, right? Do you want a long scale of 25.5 inches? Do you want a short scale of 24 3/4? Do you want very wide string spacing? Do you want narrow string spacing? Do you want it wide at the top near the nut and at the bottom near the bridge? Do you want it narrow at the top and wide at the bottom? Do you want it narrow at the bottom, wide at the top? Like, there's so many very specific details to an instrument that the musician, right, gets used to. And not only do they get used to those quirks, so to speak, of an instrument, sometimes it is what the song is. The quirks of the instrument made the song. So there are, and Metallica and a couple of other bands do this. They will write a song on a guitar because that guitar has a specific voice. Even with all of the presets, if you do change guitars, you'll change pickups. Primarily it's pickups. You'll change pickups or like change string sizes or whatever. But that guitar will have its own voice. And because of that, some guitarists will change out mid-set, will change out the guitars they use because that is the guitar that was used on the recording for the studio album. It doesn't change the grand effect, but it is something that they are accustomed to playing on that song. And there has even been artists where like, I can't play this song on this guitar. And I'll be like, what do you mean? It's the same fucking, it's a guitar. Play the song. The reason is that when you are deeply familiar with how a song is played, when it is quite literally second nature to you and you're not thinking about it because maybe you need to sing or you're interacting with the audience, a string, and I'm not joking, being a 1/10 of a millimeter off can throw a musician off. So when you are used to playing a song on a guitar and you try to play it on another one, you'll get almost, the best way to describe it is tongue-tied. You will trip over yourself because the last note you played was slightly out of place. And now you're like recovering from that slight out of place. And then it barrels down the rest of the path, essentially.
Yep, I can honestly understand that. It's basically, I can equate that in a artist's perspective of doing the same thing but changing the medium. Essentially, so
yeah,
there's a different like let's say between digital and traditional artwork, to be the most simple, because like in digital it's an entirely different like set of set of muscle memory that you have, because like in both technically for both traditional and digital, you utilize the same knowledge of fundamentals and this generally the same muscle memory of movement. However, the way the medium receives those movements and what it produces as a result is completely different, because your touch on the traditional with a pencil is completely different than your touch on digital with a pen, right? So I'm guessing
Yes.
that's kind of like that's as much as I can equate it based on association, because the difference is stagnant. Like it's very massive, especially for me, because that's the biggest thing for me as well. Like between digital and traditional, like technically I can do both. Of course I can, because it's based on the same muscle memory, business and fundamentals. However, there is a drastic difference in quality and how
Yes.
and the results because of the different medium.
God, I haven't done pitch harmonics in so long. And that's the other thing, is that we talk about different mediums, same fundamentals. In the guitar space, it is very similar as well, because your specific interaction with how thick a neck is, like you might put your fingers in a different location because it's a really thick neck. So you're like, okay, this is how I play a thick neck. If you have a really thin neck, you put your fingers in a different location. That alone makes specific guitars feel better for specific things. So you might see people who are like blisteringly fast, like crazy solos. You'll probably see them have a wide, thin neck, because that is easier to play on in that style. Harder to play on another style, is easier to play on in that style. So that's what they'll gravitate towards. So sometimes the style of the song means that it's gonna be played like this, which is more comfortable on this type of guitar. And some people are like those artists that they don't give a shit what the medium is, because they've learned all of the mediums. They're like, yeah, I can do acrylic, I can do oil, I can do charcoal, I can do digital, I can do this, that, and the other thing. It's like, why? And it was like, I don't know.
Why not?
I didn't care about making art so much as being able to see the same art through other things. Like, to them, the importance was learning some art and then taking it and doing it in everything that they could. And that sometimes is a guitarist where they're like, I don't want to play any other guitar. I don't care if this is good for it. I don't care if this is bad for it. Like, I don't care. This is my guitar. There are very, very many guitarists who are like, this is what is called the unicorn. It's the guitar that is bound to the, this is gonna sound really like poetic, but it's the guitar that's bound to the person. It is the one that they have played on since they were a kid, or it's the one that they made their first album on, or whatever it is. It's their guitar, it's their soul, it's their companion. It is what they just do everything on, and they will not leave it. It doesn't matter how hard the song is or how difficult it is to play it on that specific one. It is kind of their partner in crime. They will not leave it. And if you ever want to catch a guitarist off guard for like knowledge, ask them if they found their unicorn yet. And most of the time, some guitarists are a bit new, so they won't like know what you're talking about, but the ones that have been around for a while, they'll probably say no, because every guitarist gets the gear itch, which is buy all the different guitars, have all the different things. But now and then a guitarist will find their unicorn and they just don't play anything else ever. They learn everything on that guitar. They learn all their new techniques on the guitar. They never change the string sizes. They never change the pickups. They don't do anything to it, and they just use it the way it is. And every guitarist is jealous. Every single one. Because every guitarist is always, it's like, you know what it's like? It's like fucking digital artist and brushes. Every digital artist is trying to find the right brush.
I was about to say there's equivalence in digital artwork. It's not like you can equate it to brushes, since it on a digital sense, especially because there's a little bit of a the thing I would equate it more so, since we're talking about hardware more than software in this case, in particular is how artists have specific tablets that they go for, because different tablets have different screen sensitivity and reception of the pen itself, which alters,
yeah.
everything. It alters strokes, it alters depth, it alters how much,
Oh
like,
God,
it
yeah,
alters the
your-
motions which your hands need to move in order to actually the screen to, do the thing. You need to configure the
artist getting
settings,
used
whether they
to
can, yeah.
the very specific $30 tablet they have, because they've been using it for 2.5, 3 years, and even if the pen sucks, they know the pressure, like to a T. And
Yeah, my best friend is exactly like that, since she only does artwork for a hobby. So she has one of the most basic, cheapest little tablets that like smaller than a single hand mouse pad, like very, very small.
yeah.
And it's, the quality is obviously lower. She's obviously struggling with the pressure and sometimes. However, we even like for her birthday, right? We gave her the option, hey, look, we can buy you a more expensive one so you don't have to suffer. And she's like, no, if you're gonna get one, just please get the same one, just the new one. It's what I'm used to. And I'm like, yeah, I understand how you feel.
It feels so bad because in that specific instance, it is really like, it's the awful thing of that kind of exists in guitars too, of playing a cheap guitar will hold you back. And the reason for that is that you are fighting the instrument itself to play what you want. I have played I owned at one point, I think I owned a $3,000 guitar, and it was like butter. It never got in the way. The string pressure was perfect. The fretboard was smooth as glass. The frets were stainless steel, and they would no friction. It was beautiful. But the neck didn't agree with me. And it was a wonderful instrument to play, and it never got in the way. And sometimes that is what artists run into, of like your instrument you're playing, you know how to use your hammer very well, but it's time to upgrade to a nail gun. Like, you can take time, and it's gonna be a learning curve to get used to the new thing, but the new thing won't be in your way when you try to make that long arc, and you can't do it because there's jitter in your sensor for your cheap tablet, so you have to do a bunch of smaller arcs or like whatever, right? Now you can do these long sweeping arcs, and it's way easier, and it gets out of the way. But yeah, there are guitarists who use their $300 guitar when they were 17, and they're like, I will not change this. This is mine. Because they don't care how much it gets in the way. It's what they know. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's the same, because like ever since like my entire like digital like artist career has been on the exact same tablet. This tablet. Wait,
it's
so
almost time
oh my
for
God,
dogs
math.
early payment using your eyeballs.
I was 13 in the 7th grade. I was 14 in the 8th grade. That means I was 15 in the 9th grade, which is when I got this tablet. So from 15 to I'm just gonna count it 27 because it's like 2 months from now. So that's how many years is that? Is that 12? Is that 12 years?
17 to 27?
15 to 27.
Yeah, 12. You're tired. You need to go to bed soon.
So I've had this tablet for 12 years now.
Damn.
And it hasn't budged a fucking inch. Let me just tell you. It hasn't budged. Not that I've used it to its full potential, let's be fucking clear. Like, I have not been daily using it for all of these 12 years. By all means, I had quite
well, I got some guitarists that have been feeling neglected. I know how that goes.
Yeah, and like I know I do want to one day upgrade, because it's a graphic tablet, so like no screen tablet, so that means my hand-eye coordination muscle memory is like the MVP basically for me, which is why I can also like multitask and like not look at my keyboard while I'm typing, while I'm looking to the side and talking to somebody else while typing, and I'm not gonna make mistakes, because like my because of the tablet, exactly, and because of this tablet, my hand-eye coordination is thrice as good, and I enjoy it a lot more, because like so this is the big thing specifically for artists, right? So with screen tablets, you have a lot of like freedom with your arms and everything, and like the screen is still in front of you, but your hand and
It's in the
arm are
way 'cause it
often
covers shit.
in the way. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a
So,
screen tablet too.
So the reason why I love non-screen tablets so much,
Because you
which
can
is mine.
see everything when you're
I
doing
see
it.
everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, of course. Like you know, it's a lot more inconvenient because you need an actual PC or laptop to, you know, connect it into, like an actual screen to connect it into a machine, as well. And that's the inconvenient part. But I can see everything, and nothing is going to ever fucking get in my way. And that's the best part.
I've used both. I used to do art on. I used to do art on a non-screen tablet for a very long time. The reason why I went to a screen tablet is because my brain wouldn't shut the fuck up. Because a lot of the time, I am very much so I need to know everything. I need to know the experience. I need to know what it's going to be like. I need to know so I can pick one, or else it's going to be annoying forever. And so yeah, I got a screen tablet, and I noticed right away I can't go from left to right because I can't see my target. You know what I mean? Like if I'm trying to go left to right, because I'm right-handed, my hand is in the way of the target. And then, so if I'm trying to like do a line and I can see, I'm visualizing the line, or I'm drawing over something else, like I'm going from sketch to line art, I can't see the sketch because I need to go fast because I need a nice clean line. So I have to go in the opposite direction. I have to go right to left. And I didn't have that problem when I was on a screenless tablet because it never got in the way. And it's very true. That is a huge thing in the artist world of newer artists being like, do I get a screen tablet or a non-screen tablet? Because the non ones are really cheap, but the screen ones, you see what you're working on. They're more like pen and paper. And people are always like, you gotta do it yourself, because there are people, in very, very high profile locations like Bungie, Destiny, like literally professionals. Some of them just don't use screens because they just don't like it.
Yeah,
And it's
they
just
just
like,
use the actual computer screens as,
Yeah.
you know, as a point of, like, as a source.
yeah, I agree. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
absolutely. Because like, oh my god, it don't even get me started. I have this. Okay, I'm gonna do this quick. So I have this
Okay.
one, autistic like. So a friend of mine, his girlfriend, she moved from traditional artwork to digital artwork, and she was like, oh my god, like I hope like I haven't spoken to her in a while, but last time I spoke to her, she was very insufferable with this. So. Because she did not, for one, she's not the person to take criticism very well, even when it comes to artwork, which is already like a step
That's
back from
tough.
what you should. That's
Yeah.
very tough, yeah. And so for digital, she was like, hey, you know, you do digital, can you give me some recommendations? And I'm like, okay. So, and she's never ever in her life tried digital, and I'm like, okay, just so you can make sure that you don't blow a heap of money to do something that you may not end up liking, I can give you this tablet and this tablet, like screenless, for example. Just
Yeah.
try to see how you work, because she doesn't know the software as well. She may not be comfortable with any kind of digital software or how it even feels, right?
That digital software fucking sucks. Because it's like, I want to do this thing. And it's like, okay, go to this menu, go to this thing, go to this, highlight what you want. And it's like, holy, what the fuck? It's like learning.
Yeah, it's a separate thing to learn, yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, and I give her this advice, and I'm like, okay, these are some cheap brands that you can go. You know, if you do want to spend a little bit more money, you can get like mine, because mine's like, back in the day, it used to be like for the.
It was super expensive,
the-
super nice. And that was 12 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, super expensive. It was. So in my currency, it's 500. So like, $250 12 years ago.
Oh, jeez. And yeah.
That's the thing. I think now it's actually more expensive, to be honest.
Oh,
Wait,
God,
so,
I have to do this. Hang on. Add quote.
What?
So,
I can actually check Wacom Intuos Pro. I need to check Wacom Intuos Pro Medium is currently from the official Wacom site. Wacom.
eh. Fuck 'em.
400 euro.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
Wacom's
this
really
is actually
expensive.
Suck,
a
I
different
know.
model. It's
Your
actually a different
eyeballs pay
model.
for
It doesn't
dog's
look
food,
like mine
though.
at all. I mean, it was 12 years ago, duh. I would
plutonium.
suppose they changed the model, but yeah. And
Well, the
yeah,
thing is
so
that, like,
basically, go ahead.
those Wacom as a brand now is like falling off really hard because they sat on the laurels for too long. Yeah, they just sat on what they had for way too long, and other companies out of like China are like, oh, well, fuck it, we can do it. And it took like literally 4 years, 5 years. Huion and XP Pen have like caught up, and people are like, don't bother spending the money on the expensive stuff because it's just not worth it, because it's proprietary and all of the tech specs are the same now across a lot of the industry. And Wacom's like running into a problem because they haven't been innovating. It's like Intel. Intel sat on their processors for so long. AMD just came up and ate their lunch. Wacom's facing the same problem now. They haven't been innovating. They haven't been spending money on stuff. Then all these other pen tablet creators have just popped up and are just like taking like chunks out of the market. Yeah, so my opinion is not that you were wrong in any way by here's some things to test it out to see if you like it. The worst is when you, because this ties back specifically to guitars, when you try to do something new and you're handed something that actively causes displeasure in the interaction, which was me being new and trying an acoustic guitar when I was in middle school and hating it, versus what could have been with my parents spending a little extra money and getting me an electric guitar. Because I love playing an electric guitar. I hate playing acoustic guitars. But if I knew I loved playing electric guitars 15 plus years ago, I would have a lot longer time of playing. And so it's the unfortunate situation of like, if I hand you this thing, is this thing going to be out of the way and a good enough experience that it's not going to, it itself is not going to make it unfun. And for the most part, when it comes to tablets, it really is, even the cheap stuff nowadays is good, right? Because even the cheap stuff nowadays, like 4,000 pen pressure points is good. Because it used to be 2,000 like 10 years ago. Now we're at like 16,000. Like, it's insane. So if you hand somebody a cheaper screenless one compared to what it was in the past, it's still going to be great. And then even the screened ones are still going to be good. My opinion is that the only time it comes into play of whether or not the utensil is getting in the way is just size. Because I have used small ones and I have used big ones and everything kind of in between. I haven't gone up to like 22 inches, like big boys, but I've used everything in between. And shut up, chat. And I will say 100% the size of the tablet, very much so, will get in the way of the art. If you're working on a very small tablet, big sweeping lines, you have to do this, like, you have to like zoom in super far in the canvas or super far away from the canvas to get longer lines, and it's really tough to work on. And then super big tablets, you can make more use of your shoulder when you're drawing, and you can do these really nice smooth lines, and it literally just comes down to how big they are. So, you know, it really sucks if an artist is in a position of like, well, I don't really doing digital because nothing is like, it just doesn't feel right, especially newer artists. So like, it doesn't feel right, and it's like, well, shit, is it because it's too small? Is it too big? Or
the story revolves around something else, purely because like I recommended some cheap screen ones and some cheap non-screen ones, purely so she can actually get a hang of the tools themselves first.
Yeah.
And this is something that this may be just be a me thing, but this agitated me greatly. What she did was she got the biggest one for $3,000 just so she can try it.
Okay, well, wait.
And I was
Did
like,
she have the
"What?"
intent to return it?
She just said, oh, if I don't like it, I'm just gonna see who I can sell it to.
Okay, no, that's fucked. So what I was thinking, which actually isn't a bad idea, if you have like the credit to swing it, right? If you have a credit card or something, whatever, is yeah, spend $3,000, get the biggest, badassest, most feature-rich thing, and then try. And then even if you like it or don't like it, you return that shit back to the store, and you get your money back. Because if
I
you
don't
only
think we have
need-
an option like that here.
Yeah, so in the United States, most of the time there's a return window. Normally it's like 30 days. You can take the product home and you can give it back with no reason. You know, it's not defective. I realized I didn't need the purchase because like sometimes people fuck up. Like sometimes people like, oh, it's a great example. I bought a power tool for myself and then a month later, Christmas comes around and someone bought me a power tool, right? Well, I don't need this, so I'm gonna go return it. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just gonna go return it. So in the United States, that go ahead.
We have that for online website purchases, but not for actual store purchases.
Right, we have it for store purchases. So what that means is in the United States, you can go out. I mean, even online, you could go out and buy a 3,000 thing online. But if you wanted to, in the United States, you can go out to a store, buy it in the store, take it home, set it up, use it for a week, and go, oh, I really like this. I'm not spending $3,000 on it, but I like it. And then you can package it back up almost just like you got it, give it back to the store, and they'll give you a full refund. And then you can go out and spend like $200 or $400, right? And then you can figure out what you like and what you don't like. Like you go buy the new one for $400, like, oh, this screen is way too small. Oh, you return the $400 ones, and now you go, shit, I need a bigger screen, right? So there's that. You can figure out what you like by spending the money and then returning it. This is very common actually in the United States with tech reviewers. Back when like Linus Tech Tips and all of the like really early on tech reviewers were coming out, they bought things, reviewed things, put them in systems, and then immediately sent them back because they didn't need them anymore because they did the review cycle. They did the coverage that they would need, so they send it back. And then they get the money back and then go buy the next new thing. So ultimately, if you had $2,000, you could buy the most expensive GPU, and then the second most expensive GPU, and then the third most expensive GPU, and then you go through the whole thing. And then when you get to the least expensive GPU, you give it back and you still have $2,000. You don't have any of the products, but you have all the videos.
Yeah, also by the way, because I know that we're extending over the time, I'm just going
Yeah.
to say one last thing, because I know we have other artists in the chat, since based on what you mentioned earlier. So for like bigger screens, like bigger screen tablets, overall bigger size in terms of hardware for drawing, for one, you do not use your shoulder. For that, it's not advised to use your shoulder for movements. It's advised to use your forearm. So your elbow is your end point of movement because it gives you a lot more control. And the muscle, actually, fun fact, the muscle memory of your forearm is a lot stronger than the muscle memory of your fingers and your wrist.
Yes.
So essentially, a lot of people start like the base sketch
the circles
started
with
with
the
the
wrists.
elbow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's really comfortable. So, main point for any artist, since if somebody is like me, then after like a little bit of time, your wrists and fingers start to hurt, like especially people with arthritis, because there is such a thing as artist arthritis, with specifically on fingers and wrist that
Every
happens.
artist worth their salt has a wrist brace.
It's not actually about wrist braces so much so that so this is advice that I received from an artist that I idolize, that she has exactly developing a little arthritis on her hand, and she said that one of the biggest things, like she does have to do like exercises, braces, everything, a
Gotta
lot of care.
stretch and yeah.
But one of the biggest things that she gave as advice is upgrade to potentially a bigger screen, a bigger tablet, and use your arm a lot more so that it's a lot less pressure on your actual hand. So if anybody, perhaps from any one of the artists in the chat, if you're having issues with your with your hands and maybe some kind of pain, either consider overall just using larger strokes overall, because larger strokes, it does not need that much pressure in your fingers for like small details. Or you can try, like when you're doing details, you can just zoom in
really
so that
far
you can
in.
afford so that you can afford to do bigger strikes even for small details. Or if you can gather up the money and save up and everything, I would advise investing in a bigger size, just so you have less pressure on your hand, because the health of an artist's hand is golden.
Is literally
that's our tool.
Yeah.
And it does
Also,
save a lot of discomfort.
for the love of God, buy used. Because
I disagree. I disagree heavily.
really,
I disagree heavily, yes, because most often than not, unless you can somehow have a guarantee from the seller that this tablet has undergone almost zero to no use, most often than not, because of the usage, the screen is actually scratched. So even if you have good pressure sensitivity, for one, it really depends on the tips because the tips of the pens get used up and dulled out. So unless the seller also sells the reserve tips or you want to invest in buying several tips, the screen itself, if it's a lot used, it's going to be scratched, so lesser sensitivity, lesser input, and it's going to be a lot more problematic to deal with, and you will need to change a screen a lot sooner, which is a additional investment. So essentially, you can, like, the money that you're going to spend on replacing the resources that are used eventually is just going to add up to the amount of just buying a new one and not having to do that.
specifically, the reason why I say buy in it, I don't think it applies in your region. The reason why I say buy used is because in North America and in higher economically dense areas, there are a lot of people who do what your friend did and buy a $3,000 thing and go, meh, I don't really want it, and then turn around and sell it for $2,200.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you can guarantee that the tablet was not actually used, like if it's that exception case scenario, then absolutely. If you can find that kind of thing, absolutely.
Yes. And that's what I did. I bought a $500 tablet for like $250. It was an open box. Basically, somebody opened it, used it, didn't want it, and gave it back. And in the artist space, there is a lot of that, because there's a lot of people with money who want to try out art and find out they don't want to do it anymore, and they turn around and sell things at a loss. And yeah, don't buy used. Buy like okay, let me clarify. When I say buy used, I mean
I think
don't
it's called
buy
secondhand new. I think it's called secondhand
new.
new, essentially. Yeah.
Because it's way cheaper. Because for some reason, artist tablets like depreciate in value the second they're pulled out of the box. And then when they go back onto the used market, it is like easily 30% off just immediately. So you can save, if you're going to a bigger screen, you can save a lot of money just by trying to find an eBay listing, which, by the way, use PayPal because eBay and PayPal are the same parent company, yada, yada, yada. But find a listing for, a bigger tablet that you want to use, and then, or look for refurbed, because even refurbed is cheaper. And they're crazy the deals you can get. There are definitely some instances where you might not want to buy used, and those are specifically for times when you're replacing an old tablet. Like you have a tablet, it was your baby, it died, you want the same tablet but it's not in production anymore, then you might want to try to spend a little bit extra money on a new sealed one that just was in overstock inventory for a while, and kind of stray away from the used ones, because those ones are going to have been around for the duration of time. About a year or two after a product launches is about where most people, I would say tech artists, and by I mean tech artists, I mean the same type of people who are upgrading their computer every 2 years, the same type of artist who's constantly upgrading their tablet. That's normally when they're going to roll over and they're going to start selling. So about 2 years behind the cycle, you look for, like, if something's coming out new in 2025, look for what came out new in 2023, and then look for that on the used market, and you'll find it probably for half off, and it will be like new, and you'll be good to go. I've been advocating a little more publicly about honestly going to secondhand stuff, because I think, genuinely speaking, I think there's some sort of like propaganda or stigma from tech companies about used products, just like somehow seeding people or society in general to like new is best, never buy used, always get new, always get new, always get new. And I've been starting to buy used for like everything, because things nowadays, depending on what they are, there's no degradation in buying used. Like if you're betting a CPU, it's going to be the same type of CPU a new CPU would be, right? A speaker, depending on how old, right, can last like 20 years. So if it came out 4 years ago, if you got one secondhand from somebody who bought the first production run, it's still got 16 years of life in it. Like, there are so many things in our life that we just genuinely don't need new. And like, I just started realizing this late in my life, and I was like, fuck, I could have bought so much more stuff for like I got my wireless transmitters that I bought for my wireless setup. They knew I think it was $149. I got them for $70 new, because I went to a secondhand market for somebody who bought it and either didn't need it, needed to upgrade or do whatever, but because it was a niche product, it was not selling. And I went looking for it, and it was basically opened box, which means they just open the box and then like put the product back. It was $70. Yeah. And I was like, sweet, half off. I bought it and it works fine.
Yeah, I mean that's absolutely expected. And yeah, we have the exact same stigma like over here as well. Like that's been like, you have secondhand websites, right, when you can like purchase stuff, and they have become a lot more let me put it like this as well, like this is for our country as well, but maybe you can make a correlation as well. Second-hand products became twice as popular the more inflation went up, which makes sense technically, because it doesn't apply to them.
Yeah, because why would you need to buy the new expensive stuff when the old stuff, like the whole I love this, I love saying this, this black rectangle that shows me cat pictures on the internet is the same black rectangle I had 10 years ago. It doesn't do anything else. Like, the camera might be slightly better. That's it. So if this black rectangle breaks, I'm just gonna go buy a different black rectangle that came out 4 years ago.
Yep, that's absolutely the case. Like, especially like for us in particular, our market is full of stuff like phones, speakers, and even clothing. Because like even clothing's gotten a hell of a lot cheaper. Like $50 for one fucking t-shirt. Ain't no way, dog. I'd rather make my own damn t-shirt. Like, jeez.
There's a thing in the United States. I don't know if this applies elsewhere. There's a thing in the United States where, you know, those like, oh, don't do whatever, donate your clothes. They're taking those away because like they literally can't keep up with people giving up clothing, because people just keep buying new clothes, and they're like, we don't need them anymore. We're fine. We could clothe everyone like 3 times over. They're taking the boxes, the donation boxes, just out and moving them, because it's like consumerism has gotten so bad that the goodwill of the people is overwhelming the need, because consumerism has gone so high. So it's like, the more saturated the market, the even cheaper things will be, right? So a great example of this, my face when my new black rectangle doesn't have a 3.5 millimeter port. I also hate that. The thing about the used market, which is really funny, because companies did this to themselves, is that companies drove replacing things every X amount of years. Like, oh, buy the new shiny thing, buy the new shiny, turn in your old shiny thing and get a new shiny thing, right? But people don't do the extra effort. People just spend the money, and now they have their old shiny thing, and they're like, well, it'd be cool to get my money back, right? So maybe I sell it, or I give it away to a cousin, or I give it to somebody else, right? The problem with this is that the market has become so flooded with the products that have been replaced. And the products that have been replaced aren't bad products. They've just gotten replaced. So we're in a situation now, long enough, you know, after like 10, 20 years of doing this, that you don't need new unless it is being manipulated in some way. Like, graphics cards are a great example of this. Graphics cards are, everyone's always trying to drive new graphics cards, so Nvidia will go out to companies and they'll be like, use the biggest and best tech, like make these really, really fancy games specifically so that people who don't have the new shiny graphics cards can't play them. So like they can kind of put their fingers in the pot that way. But when it comes to phones, you know, when it comes to microphones, when it comes to drawing tablets, when it comes to webcams, when it comes to VR stuff, when it comes to like all of these other things that are just tools, you can just not care and buy used.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, for what you said about like pricing drastically dropping, like with the moment you open a box, that is since I did work in a tech store at some point, and generally the main thing about it, I feel like that's just basic company policy usually, since it's a I'm not sure if I can translate it properly. You are by opening the box, essentially you are one way or another disrupting the market image of the product. Does that make sense? I really can't translate it
Yes.
properly.
No, it does make sense, because the second you do something to that box, it is no longer from the factory. Like,
Yeah.
there's a perception of the product being a virgin, essentially. Like, a bit of a crass term maybe to use for it, but the product is virgin. It's the same thing with why, you know, collectors and stuff, all original seals and all that sort of stuff, makes the product virgin. The second somebody gets it in their hand and opens the box, it's no longer virgin. It has been tampered with or messed around with or touched or done and manipulated in some way that has undone the factory seal. It is no longer direct from the factory. And that, you're right, is an immediate depreciation. Some things don't depreciate as much. For example, for some reason, high-end microphones, you buy like an Shure SM7B is like 400 new. People will still sell it for $320-ish, because even very old Shure SM, like it itself, the product doesn't degrade in any way. So the market is like, well, you're gonna pay $300+ for this because it's basically like it's always has been. It's like a, you know, it's like a tank. But specifically boutique products like iPhones, gone immediately.
Oh yeah, we had specifically with iPhones, we even had this policy like where we would sell them, right? And this is specifically an Apple policy, because like my coworkers told me that this is the reason why we do this. It is a Apple policy that you can only test and review iPhones, you know, that are not samples, that are not posted as samples. You can only test and review them after you have purchased them, not before. Because the moment you break the seal, because they are sealed specifically, they're sealed with specific tape. The moment you break the seal, that's it. You have to buy it. You are obligated to buy it if you break the seal.
Oh wow, interesting.
Yeah,
okay.
that's how it works.
Yeah.
That's how we were instructed specifically. It may be different for like other countries
I
that
believe
sell Apple products.
No, I believe it. Yeah,
But
'cause
their
it's yours now, 'cause
policies
what are they gonna do
for
with it?
iPhones and everything is just
It's bad.
They won't be able to sell it. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I bought, it's weird, there's like a 4 for it, but I bought my iPhone 12 mini, which, by the way, blessing that I bought the mini version because it's smaller, so I can move it around more, and like for the tracking for the live 2D thing. But I bought this one for like $300. I bought the iPhone 10X for like $280. So like it depreciates immediately, but there's also this weird floor where people are like, this is like a third of the cost. I'm not selling it for any less. So like you'll have these new iPhones, they'll go all the way down to like $300, and then there's like this really hard, like it's really hard to go below that. But yeah, they'll go down quick the second they're open.
Yeah, and especially the more new models come out, the cheaper it's going to get, because it's just going to be an older model.
And
even
it's
though
consumerism
like my
too,
fucking
because it'll
phone
flood
is
the
like
market.
9 years, 8 or 9 years, my fucking phone, and I actually wouldn't change it unless I have to, which ironically enough I may have to consider getting a new phone, purely because so we had like this new because I work for like Microsoft's Azure project, right, as a technical support, and so
do
we
you have an
this
app that doesn't run on
new-
your phone because it's not the right version?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically we have this new type of authentication instructions, which, oh my fucking god, I still need to ask management if that was even settled, because Microsoft, I swear to god,
I hate Microsoft.
Just
dude.
so I can make sure, in my opinion, allegedly, I swear to God, I swear to God, Microsoft fucking sucks. Oh my God, they suck on so many levels. They're so dysfunctional. It's fucking
Oh
disgusting.
yeah, no, their company's way too big. Like they just don't have. They're Titan, and the hands can't talk to each other anymore. Essentially. So like you do one thing and then Microsoft is like, well, no, actually we're gonna change that program because it doesn't fit. Well, actually, well, and it's like, holy crap, stop. Also, yes, I was literally gonna talk to Mobius because Mobius went to work for Walmart and then had an unfortunate series of life events which led to them not being able to have that job anymore. But went to work for Walmart and Walmart was like, oh yeah, just use this app to like do clock in things, to like report when you're like PTO and stuff like that. And it was Mobius's phone was so old, the app was incompatible with it. So we had to buy a new one.
I understand. I completely understand, because like if they had told us, if they had told us that like we needed like it was an obligation to use.
Yeah.
Are you okay, fam? Get some water.
I swallowed my spit wrong. Don't worry, it'll even out in a second.
Yeah. So basically this thing, like, unless we have an alternative, if we were obligated to use this type of authentication, I would actually need to get a new phone in order to be able to transition, because my phone, I go to because it's a type of authentication, it's a passkey. So
oh, so it's not stored in your phone's settings.
No, it's something else.
Okay.
So on the authenticator app, like, you can add a lot of things, right? Like QR code, MFA, yada yada, passkey, that's different things. Pins. So for passkey, I go to set it up, right? And a passkey is only available for an Android version 15 and over. Needless to say, with a
version of Android.
Yeah, I, needless to say, am not, with my 9-year-old phone, am not running anything near Android 15. Yeah. So yeah, and that that fucking sucked for Microsoft, because we can't even get like confirmation if like alternative method, or because we have several ways of authentication, but they were like, at first, they were kind of like fear-mongering a little bit, because they were like, if you don't set up this passkey, we like, if you don't set up this passkey, we're deleting your Microsoft account. And I'm like,
holy shit! Yeah, no, they're not doing that.
Like, excuse me, 7 months of gathered database and email, you're going to fucking delete it because my phone is old. What is this, Diablo 4? Don't you got phones, guys? Yeah. Oh. But yeah, hopefully I won't actually need a passkey, and a YubiKey, which is a physical key that you plug into the work PC, is going to be enough, hopefully, because otherwise I swear to God, I'm gonna change jobs. Oh God.
I hope so. YubiKey is actually not that bad. I like YubiKey. I haven't used it personally, but I've seen good things about it.
Yeah, and it's cute, and you can actually give it a name. I called mine Ouch Mouse.
Ouch Mouse is adorable.
Yeah, because that's what hedgehogs and porcupines are. They're ouch mice, because they're rodents,
oh my God, that's
but they're
so cute.
ouch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. That's great. Okay.
Yes, discussion is done. I am sorry it took so long.
No, you're good. I'm just confused why my mic is now not nearly as loud as it used to be for some reason. Because I was touching red earlier, and it's definitely not doing that anymore. So, I
haven't noticed any change in like your volume, at least on my side.
Yeah, how about now?
And now you're louder.
Yeah, because something fucking touched it. No, wait, something's actively touching it. It just went down to 70. What the fuck is controlling my volume? Stop that.
Maybe when you plugged in the guitar, it messed a little bit, or maybe the website that you used for the stuff.
Oh, Chrome, you're right. Yeah, you're 100% right. Yep, it fixed it. Wow. Jeez, okay. Good to know. Thank you. Good catch. I'll need to keep that in mind.
Support, baby.
I was like, there should be nothing touching. Chrome should not be allowed to change. This is exactly what I told you. applications should not be allowed to change system-wide settings. That website should have padded my input to make it quieter on the website side. That is actually fucking dumb. By the way, chat, I am so sorry for that because I did not notice that until a little bit ago. So, wow, that's...
I mean, if it was the exact same way, if they heard it the exact same way I heard it, then you should be fine because it wasn't painful or quiet or anything.
Yeah.
Also, what I only just now noticed, like, what the fuck is that? Who's sticking out of the window in your background of the bright side?
Yeah, that's Fairy. I don't know if Fairy's in chat. Sometimes she'll just keep... No, she's not. Oh, Nim mods for Fairy, though. So Nim, you can pass this along. If you want to clip this, Nim, you can, because I'm sure Fairy would like to hear this. So that is the scuff butt. The scuff butt is a fox butt because Fairy's character is fox based. So she drew essentially a fox like hanging over something and drew the ass end of the fox hanging over something. And I thought it was super cute. So I went into her, she has like a streamer Discord, which is just kind of like, it's like the work version of the public Discord, like, because streamers will have their public Discord, which is all like the community stuff. And then they'll have like the streamer Discord, which is like the Discord for colleagues. You know what I mean? So she has a Discord for colleagues and streamers. And she posted it in her channel and I found it and I'm like, yoink, that's mine now. And I took it and I put it on my stream because I thought it would be the funniest thing, a little homage to Fairy, because Fairy's a pretty close friend of mine. We're relatively like, we're close friends, but we don't talk that as much like as the inner circle does. But I know if I had a problem, I could go to her immediately. And so I thought it was really cute and a little homage. So I stole it, ripped it out of her Discord, and I put it into mine. And I was like, wait, I have a spot for this. So now off in the corner, there's just a fox ass that's sticking out of the window. And I was like, I'm just going to leave this here. This is amazing.
I've been staring at this for such a long time, and I was like, I have to actually ask about this. I don't think this was here before, and now I'm just like...
Yeah. It's a little new. But okay, I need to get you to bed because it's getting late, and I need to go eat. And stream needs to go not be here anymore and go do other things like either supporting other streamers or also eating. So I gotta cut this short. Thank you, Harry, for sticking around and yapping with me and letting me go off about guitars and stuff.
Yeah, likewise. You know, I always enjoy the company. I'm sorry that we actually extended time like by about 40 minutes. I don't mean to yap so much, but you know how
it's all right. It's all right. Yeah, that's why I normally go about a half hour over, and that's normally when I start doing the like, okay, I gotta cut it. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. But we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go head off. So thanks everybody for hanging out. I will see you tomorrow during our React Day. If you want to support React, if you want to submit content, there's a React channel in the Discord. You go in the Discord, submit it into the React channel, and then there's a chance I might watch it tomorrow. That's pretty much it.
And I'm going to bed. Good night.
Good night. Good night, everyone. Have a wonderful night. Take care. Bye. Oh, I guess I gotta unmute that. Oh, wait, hang on. I'm gonna do a couple of things because I'm gonna forget them next time I load up stream. And it's better because I already have these options open. Give me a second. Hang on. Not buy yet. Very soon buy. Not buy yet, but very soon. Very soon. Okay. All right. There we go. All right. Bye.